every one of you to be in your most comfortable position and also to kindly turn your mobile phone into silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bandung Institute of Technology, West Java Province, Indonesia, and Wilujeng Sumping. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants. Welcome to Australia Update 2024, where we gather to explore the vital theme of energy transition, the Indonesian and Australian perspective. I'm Mian Hamida. It's an honor for me to serve as the master of ceremony for today's amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, this event, convened by Indonesian Embassy in Canberra in cooperation with Asia Link and Bandung Institute of Technology, Australia-Indonesia Institute. And of course, we're proud to host this event because this is one of a part of commemoration of the 75th anniversary of Indonesia-Australia diplomatic relations. So ladies and gentlemen, before diving into the program, we would like to deliver our sincere gratitude to our very special guest. We would like to say welcome to the Ambassador of Indonesia to Australia and Vanuatu, His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono, and also, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono is currently attending this event with his spouse, Miss Marcia Gustiananda, Ph.D. So Miss Marcia is actually one of the notable of Bandung Institute of Technology alumni. So we would like to say, welcome home. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome to the Ambassador of Australia to Indonesia, Her Excellency Miss Penny Williams. So ladies and gentlemen, Miss Penny Williams is the Australia's very first ambassador, female ambassador to Indonesia. And also, she took Asian studies focused on Indonesia, and also she is very fluent in Bahasa Indonesia. So Ibu, we would like to say selamat datang dan selamat pagi. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, we also would like to welcome Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma, Ph.D., and also the Senior Advisor at Asia Link, Dr. Donald Greenlist. So welcome to Bandung Institute of Technology, and of course to all of the panelists and all of the participants from all over the world. So your presence underscores the importance of our collaboration in tackling the global challenges, specifically for the energy transition. So ladies and gentlemen, today we are joined by a diverse group of audience, including the representative of academia, government, and also business community, who are attending this event here in Bandung Institute of Technology campus, as well as through our virtual platform. So therefore, we would like to welcome all of the participants who are attending the session as well in the Zoom meeting. We believe that this event will becoming a place for every one of us to explore the global issues on energy transition, and also will provide the innovation or solutions in electric vehicles, carbon capture and storage, and also carbon trading, and the key areas that will not only enhance Indonesia's commitment to energy or green energy, but also to foster deeper cooperation between all nations. So let us embark on this journey toward a sustainable future, embracing the opportunities that lie ahead. So ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for us to welcome every one of you to this event. So we would like to invite the ambassador of Indonesia, of course. We would like to invite for the opening speech the Ambassador of Indonesia to Australia and Vanuatu, His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono, to deliver the opening speech. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono. Yes, sir.
Busy now with the preparation of the new government. Yeah. Honorable participant and discussion, I would like to extend my appreciation to our partner organizers, the Bandung Institute of Technology, especially the Directorate for Research and Community Services, for organizing the sixth Australian update. I would like also to thank the Asia Link, our partner organizers, for its continued support in strengthening the academic cooperation as well as people-to-people connectivity between Indonesia, Asia, and Australia. Before I came here yesterday, I still have one session with the Asia Link in Canberra, and then I catch up my flight Sydney, Canberra, Sydney, Denpasar, Jakarta, and then Bandung. Very long trip. The topic of our discussion today is about energy transition. We are entering a new phase of Indonesia-Australia bilateral relations. We have convergent interest on green energy. The topic figures prominently the President-elect Bapak Prabowo Subianto Quick Wins Program and Australia Priorities in Southeast Asia Economic Strategy 2040s. We see encouraging potential in the downstreaming industry. Both Indonesia and Australia can benefit from the complementarity and convergence of the two economies, including in sustainable manufacturing. Some agreement need to be urgently implemented. The MOU between Indonesia and Australia on electric vehicle cooperation last year signed in Jakarta. We need to implement it. Yeah, we already have one senior official meeting in Canberra previous months. Yeah. I met with Minister Ed Husic 3 days ago in our diplomatic reception, and in his speech, he also mentioned that we need to implement this very important MOU. The MOU between Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Western Australia on critical mineral, which was signed also last year in Australia, and the speedy conclusion of the MOU between Indonesia and Northern Territories government on critical mineral. I sent to Darwin 2 days ago the final draft from Indonesia, and hopefully we can conclude it sometime this month. Both Indonesia and Australia are also prioritizing on infrastructure development. Opportunity wide open for both countries to develop cooperation on flexible green finance mechanisms. And we know that Australia already have a pledge to us on that matters. Financial cooperation toward green infrastructures, such as carbon capture and storage projects and renewable power plants, need to be prioritized as well. We must also encourage the fiscal incentive and carbon trading that both countries can benefit from. As such, in the coming years, we can expect more cooperation between Indonesia and Australia, which is one of Indonesia's most strategic partner in development. It is important to note that Indonesia investment in Australia in the last 4 years has been increased by almost 90%, amounted to 2.2 billion Australian dollar. And I promise you that the number is growing rapidly. Investment and bilateral cooperation are keys for Indonesia and Australia become an economic powerhouse in green industries. Complementarity in the mineral and human resources, as well as industry capability, are among the reasons for both countries to spearhead the sustainable industry in the region. Indonesia supports the future made in Australia. This has been enough mechanism among us, SEPA among others, and capacity in which Indonesia can support part of the manufacturing process. As an example, Indonesia is developing the capacity to process Australia's spodumens into lithium hydroxide and nickel concentrate into mate. This is, among others, the last senior official meeting. So we understand that Australia is very rich with natural resources, and Australia is also moving on the downstreaming industry, and this will be part of important space in the future made in Australia. But at the same time, your partners only 2,000 miles from Darwin, and we have the facility here to support all the way your downstreaming. Send the spodumene to Indonesia, we process it into hydroxide and send it back to Australia for the further processing for your downstreaming industry. You can also send your sulfate, and then we can process it in Indonesia and send it back as a mate. Yeah? So this is the whole things that we can do more in the future. At the end of the day, we believe it will be beneficial for both sides as far as the Indonesia-Australia economic powerhouse is concerned. With that note, I wish today Australia's update not only give value added to the academic exercise, but also practical solution to our business audience as well. I wish you a productive engagement and discussion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono, for your insightful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the Ambassador of Australia to Indonesia, Her Excellency Ms. Penny Williams, to share her thoughts.
Good morning, selamat pagi. Can I begin by acknowledging two very good friends? First of all, Rector of ITB, Professor Dr. Reni Wirahadiskusuma. It's so good to be back at ITB. And of course, my colleague and friend, Pak Siswo, Indonesian Ambassador to Australia. But I would be in a lot of trouble if I didn't also acknowledge Ibu Marcia, who is the alumni of ITB and also does so much in the relationship. I love every opportunity I get to come to Bandung. It's a fabulous city and ITB is a wonderful campus. And I was just reflecting on the way here, actually. We're only a few months out from the 70th anniversary of the Bandung conference, so it's really going to be a big year for Bandung next year. I wanted to congratulate Pak Siswo and the Embassy and Asia Link on the Australia update. Since 2019, we only had the Indonesia update at ANU about a month or so ago. Since 2019, the Australia update has really been an important way to bring together prominent figures from both of our countries to continue to find common grounds on critical issues for both of us and find ways that we can work together. And this year, as Pak Siswo said, particularly important because we're celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relations. Can I say we're only a few days ahead of the inauguration, and can I say of the new president, and can I say, and I'm sure Pat Siswo and I would agree, and privately both of us would take a little bit of credit, that the bilateral relationship is in a really fantastic state. We've had a lot of leader level of engagement, and we've had a lot of convergence in thinking about what does economic engagement look like. We had Bapak President terpilih in Australia only in August, able to speak to cabinet ministers. So the relationship really is going forward. And I think the PM has been here already 3 times in 2.5 years. And as I stand here in ITB, I do want to acknowledge not only ITB and Ibu Rektor's contribution to the bilateral relationship, but also education. Education, not only educating students, but research and collaboration really is a fundamental of the bilateral relationship and the sorts of work that we're all trying to do together. I think that the research and innovation support that we're doing really is critical to the subject that we're talking to today. I should also say that I had the opportunity yesterday when I arrived in Bandung to visit the Deakin Lancaster campus. So Deakin University, together with Lancaster, is one of the Australian universities opening a campus here, and I know they're very keen. ITB has so many relationships with Australian universities, but I know that they're keen to be part of the cooperative education environment that ITB leads in Bandung. We also have Western Sydney opening a campus in Surabaya, and you know that Monash is already present in Jakarta. Deakin here with Lancaster is going to offer business and digital tech courses, including cyber, so that it really is, gives more opportunities for more research partnerships. But to the subject that we're talking today, and Pat Siswo has very clearly outlined the challenge and the opportunity. But from where I sit, I think as 2 commodity exporting countries, traditional fossil fuel exporters, Indonesia and Australia, perhaps more than any other countries, have a lot to learn from each other as we both transition our economies to clean energy. I think that we can together build a secure and diversified energy ecosystem that actually benefits the entire region. And to do this by fostering research collaborations, developing technology solutions, particularly in areas like green mining and metals, battery recycling and advanced energy storage systems will not only drive economic growth, but also ensure that our transition is environmentally sustainable and is aligned with global ESG standards. We've already shown in very practical ways that we are partners in the clean energy transition. We're on a shared journey of energy transition for our governments, for our businesses and for our people. Working together, Australia and Indonesia, on our shared net zero ambitions through a 200 million climate and infrastructure partnership known as Kinetic, which aims to deepen bilateral cooperation to reduce emissions, promote energy systems and industries to accelerate the clean energy transition, as well as some other practical things we're doing, supporting policy and regulatory reform through Prospera, making development investments in climate-focused SMEs, and also building human capacity with targeted short courses on climate and energy transition. And as Pat Siswo said, a key mechanism for this is also building an EV ecosystem through our EV mechanism MOU, which was signed in November 2023. And we've already announced research projects on bus decarbonisation and battery recycling. And I'm very happy that I've been joined today by Nicole Henry, who is the counsellor from the Department of Industry, Sciences, Resources, and she'll join and talk a little bit about that later. Nicole is the first person posted in our embassy from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, which is another indication of the Australian government's commitment to moving this conversation forward. I just wanted to give, just in closing, a bit of a sense of this economic engagement and what we're talking about. And it's not, we have so moved on in the conversation, and sometimes Pat Siswo and my speeches could be the same, and sometimes when President and the Prime Minister's speeches could be the same, because there's this shared commitment to economic engagement and thinking strategically about what our economies look like into the future. It's not just about selling each other things. Part of that is underpinned by the Prime Minister's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040. And in that, green energy transition is one of the strategy's 10 priority sectors. We know that there's bilateral investment opportunities across clean energy supply chains, resource projects, advanced manufacturing, infrastructure and storage. We now in the Embassy have a deal team, it's quite innovative, that came out of this report to identify, facilitate and connect opportunities in Indonesia with Australian investors. Such as already we've signed an MOU between Export Finance Australia and PLN for a $200 million loan agreement on transition and distribution. So the deal teams are looking for investment-ready clean energy opportunities to galvanise financing for energy transition, including through the $2 billion Southeast Asia Investment Financing Facility. And we also have a new landing pad to support our business bringing digital tech services to Indonesia. So there's a lot on, there's a lot of enthusiasm, there's a lot of commitment on the part of both governments. So it's great to have a group of leaders like you in the room today to take that conversation forward. It's an opportunity always, we're partners, to learn from each other, but to really have important and practical conversations about what further we can do in our two countries as we transition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Excellency, Ms. Penny Williams. Your perspective on strengthening our ties is invaluable, of course, and we move forward, of course, to work and build together. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next is our pleasure to welcome Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Raini Wirahari Kusuma, Ph.D., to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning everyone. Welcome to Institute Technology. For those of you who this is the first time visiting us, but welcome back for some of you, including Ibu Ambassador. Thank you. Honorable, we are very honored to have honorable guests this morning. Ambassador of Australia to Indonesia, Ibu Penny Williams, Pak Dubes Indonesia untuk Australia dan Vanuatu ya Pak ya, Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono, berikut tadi ya tidak boleh lupa disebutkan Ibu Dubes Dr. Marsha, ini beliau alumni Kimia ITB, sangat membanggakan. Kemudian juga we have with us this morning Senior Advisor of Asia Link, Bapak Dr. Donald Greenlees, and also I need to get to know all of you later on, and also Bapak Adikbud kita, terima kasih Pak atas beliaulah kita bisa punya acara pada pagi hari ini bersama Direktorat Research dan Pengabdian Masyarakat ya, DRPM ITB, Direktorat Research dan Pengabdian Masyarakat. And also we have our colleagues here from Institute Technology Bandung. They are very reputable researchers, and we also have 40 something participants in Zoom. I think they are like from the business sector and some are researchers, yeah. So I think this is a very good group. Nah, energy is big in ITB, yeah. It's a very, very hot topic, other than AI, of course. So for many, many years, ITB always the leader in energy sector, supporting the government in research, in many policies in Indonesia. So in 2000, late last year, ITB is one of the 5 campuses assigned to work on specific research, strategic research in Indonesia. And ITB is assigned for 2 topics, the new and renewable energy, and the other one is disaster risk reduction. But in the disaster risk and reduction context, also in the context of energy risk. So again, energy is very big in Indonesia. Thank God, I mean, Alhamdulillah, we have so many partners, reputable partners, especially in Australia. So one of the first things we did this year, we seek assistance from our reputable researchers, partners in Australia. We visited ANU Canberra, Melbourne, Sydney, and we also have long-term research collaboration with many universities in Australia in this very important subject, energy, transitioning to green energy. So I think Indonesia is a bit behind. Yeah, we are not ahead of the curve, but we are very fully aware that we need to catch up. We need to do lots of things to catch up. So it is not a hallucination, yeah, Pak Rino and my colleagues. Please start with the full awareness that we are lacking, we are behind, so we have to work harder. We have to work harder and smarter and work with our partners with collaboration. So this is just a overview how serious we are in addressing this energy transition as a research university, the leading research university in energy in Indonesia. So we are very serious. Next. See, so we have a center for Center for Utilization of Carbon Dioxide and Flare Gas. This is working on CCS. And we have New and Renewable Energy Research Center, and there are several centers that are related to our topic. So we do not start a new center for this assignment by the government, but we gather all of our strength, our existing research center to work together in multidisciplinary way, plus working with our partners. So this is basically what we are trying to say. And I mean, even the top management is actively involved with checking the progress. Okay, next. Yeah, so this is our strategy. And then next, we can share this later during our all-day discussion, yeah, later. So we have these many research centers ready to support, and then yeah, next. This is the highlights of some works that has been done nationally and internationally in the area of carbon capture study. Next. And this is also in the area of decarbonizing issue. Next. Koneksi, Ibu Ambassador mentioned, we are a very active participant of Koneksi Collaborative Research. Thank you, Australia, for giving us opportunity to be part of the program and the funding. Next. Yeah, battery also very big. We actually started a study program in the graduate level for battery. And we have a new research facility, very advanced research facility in Jatinangor campus. Sometimes Pak Adikbud, Pak Dubes, Bu Dubes Probably you would like to spend some time in our second campus in Jatinangor. We have a advanced laboratory supporting in this area, energy transition and new material. Okay, yeah, okay, that's basically, I'm not trying to brag, I just want to share what we are doing so that I'm sure some of you can jump in and then work with us, boosting both our performance. Okay, so, yeah, again, thank you, Australia, Embassy, Asia Link, Australia and Indonesia Institute and my colleagues to organize this very important event, energy transition. And it is very in line with the Pak Prabowo, one of his objective, yeah, for the next 5 years. So hopefully we can be part of strategic partners, continue to be the strategic partners of our government, the new government. We are thankful that we have so many researchers that can discuss this important topic. I think there are 2 sessions, ya Pak Rino, ya. Okay, so I'm sure it's not enough, but we can always follow up with more specific issues. So this forum, please continue to be part of the forum, the community. This is a dynamic platform for networking. Networking is very, very important. We have to synergize our understanding, cooperation, and also tadi Bu Ambassador also mentioned education. Education is a very strategic link in fostering collaboration, fostering friendship. Yeah. So please enjoy each other company, discussion, and your maybe short stay in Bandung. Please visit us again next time for this topic, energy, or any other topics. We are very welcome about that. Okay, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Reni Wirahadikusuma, Ph.D., for your inspiring speech and also for the commitment to educational cooperation and collaboration. So ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a photo session. We would like to kindly invite all of you to join us in a photo session. So we'd like to kindly invite the documentation team to kindly be on the stage and capture the moments with all of the participants. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to guide the photo session. Please kindly stand, and the documentation team will capture from the stage. Yes, stand up, please. And of course, to all of the participants, would you please kindly be in the center of the room and come closer to one another. Would like to invite the documentation team to be on the stage. So, sir, please allow me to count within 1, 2, 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to capture this moment in 1, 2, 3. So, 1, 2, and 3. All right, so what about giving some casual movements like hand gesture, probably like love hand gesture, or maybe thumbs up and show it to the camera? All right. So, we're going to a full day discussion, of course, with all of the researchers here, right? So, wow, that's amazing. So, thumbs up to the camera, right? So, 1, 2, 3. Amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause for every one of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in a virtual session. And now we'll have a 30-minute coffee break. We would like to invite all of you to enjoy the coffee break and also use this opportunity to network and refresh, as what have been said by our rector, Professor Rainey, to do the network and also build stronger network to open up collaborations, of course. And of course, we also would like to invite all of you to kindly return and join us in the next session. For the next session, there will be a panel session 1, which will be led by Dr. Wibawa Hendra from Bandung Institute of Technology. And the next session will have some topics to discuss. There will be the topic on future and current development of EV market, which will be presented by Mr. Kaili Yan, PV, VP, and also CFO of PT SGMW Indonesia. There will be the topic on nickel, battery, and high-pressure acid leak technology, which will be presented by Mr. Hotden Manurung from Nickel Industries. And there will be the topic on lithium and battery recycling technology, will be presented by Professor Akbar Ramdhani, Swinburne University of Technology. And the last but not least, of course, there will be the topic on securing energy future, the role of Australia and Indonesia in the global renewable transition, which will be presented by Professor Mohani Shetty from Monash University. So ladies and gentlemen, but first, let's enjoy a 30 minutes coffee break and do the networks before starting to the next event. Don't miss the chance and let's enjoy the coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel session 1 on electric vehicles and battery will be started in the next 3 minutes. Please kindly return to the room as we're about to start the panel session 1 on electric vehicle and battery in the next 3 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting panel session 1 on electric vehicles and battery. So we'd like to kindly invite all of you to return to the main room as we will be starting the next event. And of course, we also would like to encourage every one of you to be in your most comfortable position and also to kindly turn your mobile phone into silent mode. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the panel session 1 on the electric vehicles and batteries. So we would like to kindly invite all of you to return to the main room as we'll be starting this event. So in this panel session 1, there will be the topic discussed on future and current development of EV market, and it will be the topic of nickel battery and high pressure, acid leak technology, lithium and battery recycling technology, and also securing energy future, the role of Australia and Indonesia in the global renewable transition. So once again, we would like to kindly invite all of you to kindly return back to the room as we'll be starting the next agenda. Iya, Pak. Siap. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the next agenda. If you're still in the process of enjoying your coffee, your tea, and also the traditional snacks or maybe cuisines, please feel free to enjoy it while the panel session will be started as soon as possible. So once again, we're about to start the next agenda of the panel session. And also we would like to invite all of the audience to kindly actively participate during the discussion in this session. Kita mulai aja. Mau dimulai aja? Ya, belum Pak. Ini belum dikodein sama Bu Selvi. Mulai aja? Siap. Aman? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the morning session of Australia Update 2024 with the theme Energy Transition, the Indonesian and Australian Perspective. So ladies and gentlemen, this event convened by the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra in cooperation with Asia Link, the Bandung Institute of Technology and also Australia-Indonesia Institute. And also this event is a part of a commemoration of the 75 years of Indonesia-Australia diplomatic relations. So ladies and gentlemen, as we have promised you all that you will gain valuable knowledge from the prominent speakers, specifically for the panel session 1. So without any further ado, let's start the function. In the next session, we will gain valuable insight from our speakers talking about 4 interesting issues. And this session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Wibawa Hendra. But first of all, please allow me to introduce the profile of our moderator. Dr. Wibawa Hendra is a faculty member of Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia, where he focuses on renewable energy systems and energy efficiency. He holds his bachelor's degree in engineering from ITB, completed in 2011, followed by a master's degree from ITB as well in 2010. Additionally, he obtained a second master's degree from University of Twente, the Netherlands, and in the same year, And also, Dr. Hendra further advanced his expertise by earning a Ph.D. from the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia in 2018. So with a strong commitment to sustainable energy practices, Dr. Hendra actively engaged in research that supports Indonesia's energy transition initiatives. His work encompasses various projects and at enhancing energy efficiency and integrating renewable energy sources into existing systems. As an educator, Dr. Hendra is dedicated to mentoring the next generation of engineers, fostering innovative solutions to tackle the pressing challenges of energy sustainability in Indonesia and the broader region. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Wibawa Hendra.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. So a warm welcome to all of you attending to Australia Update 2024, both in persons and in Zoom. So to the distinguished speakers, guests, so welcome to ITB. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wibawa Hendra Saputra. So I'm actually the Ph.D. alumni from University of New South Wales. So it's actually very great pleasure to be a moderator for this events. So it is my honor also to be your moderator for session part 1 with the topics of the panel on EV and battery. So today we will actually discuss the topic that is highly relevant to the energy transitions and sustainability, which is actually electric vehicles and battery technology. So as the global energy landscape shifts toward the cleaner energy, so the advancements in EV markets and battery technologies play a pivotal role in achieving a low carbon future. So we are very fortunate to have 4 distinguished speakers with us today. So allow me to introduce them. So the first one is Mr. Kaili Yan, VP and CFO of PT SGMW Indonesia. So allow me also to welcome to the seats. So he will be discussing the future and current developments of the EV market. So Mr. Yan has vast experience in the electric vehicle sectors and will provide insights into the growth and trajectory of the EV markets in Indonesia and globally. And the second one is Mr. Hotden Manurung, representing Nickel Industries. So his presentation will focus on nickel battery and high pressure acid leach or HPAL technologies. So Mr. Manurung will share insights into the critical roles of nickel in battery technologies and advancements in HPAL, which are integral to the futures of EV battery productions. Please, Mr. Hotden Manurung, to come to the stage. And the third one is Professor Akbar Ramdhani from Swinburne University of Technologies. So he will cover the lithium and battery recycling technologies, so an area of growing importance as we look forward sustainable solutions for managing battery waste. And Professor Ramdhani research and contributions are leading the way in battery recycling technologies. So please, Professor Akbar, to come to the stage. And lastly, joining us, we have Professor Mohan Yelis Sethi from Monash University. So Professor Yelis Sethi will discuss securing energy future, the role of Australia and Indonesia in the global renewable transitions, highlighting the collaborations between our two countries in energy transitions efforts. So please, Professor Yelis Sethi to come to the stage. So without further ado, to kick off the sessions, I'd like to give the floor to each of our speakers. So for these sessions, Each speaker will have the durations of 15 minutes presentations, and we'll follow with the panel discussions after all of the speakers give the presentations. Yeah. So first, let's welcome Mr. Kaili Yan to share his insight on the futures and current developments of the electric vehicle markets. So to Mr. Kaili Yan, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. First of all, I would like to take a moment to just thank the organizing committee for having me here. Also a moment to congratulate on the 75 years of diplomatic ties between Indonesia and Australia. Also, I would like to just say that it's my first time entering Indonesian university. And I have not actually entered a university since I graduated from the ANU in Canberra 10 years ago. So it's such a pleasure. I think, first of all, I think I would like to give a bit of an overview on the EV landscape in both Indonesia and Australia, just to lay the ground. For this year, actually, Indonesia automotive industry is on the decline. It has a 12% year-on-year decline. And what we observe is that the ICE, internal combustion engine side of the house, has experienced over 16% decline year-on-year. While for the EV side, actually there was 110% of growth. And the EV segment now is occupying about 3.8% of the total industry. And that means, you know, we see a lot of potential in this market, really from an EV penetration perspective. And if I were to look at the Australia side, actually the Australian EV market has been fairly stable and on moderate growth. So the EV penetration in Australia has been very steady, around 8.5% of penetration of the overall industry. And the overall industry is looking at about 1.2 million units annually, right? So I think there gives you an indication that in both of these markets, right, there's significant opportunity for EV growth. And that actually is very, very important when we relate to transport sector, which is one of the highest polluted sectors that contributes to, say, about 20% of the emissions from an industry perspective. So decarbonizing the transportation sector is of paramount importance as we look into reducing the reliance on fossil fuels and imported fuels, and also from an emission cutting perspective to improve our decarbonization, to get to our decarbonization goals at a national level. So from the current landscape, basically what we see is it comes in two big areas, right? One is the government policy support to drive the demand and also to foster the supply of EVs in both of these countries. And what I see is, let's just talk about demand. We actually see that, you know, bringing down the upfront cost of buying an EV has been very effective in these two countries, whether you're looking at tax rebates, incentives, and also even reduction in the duties applied on importing an EV. So those items actually really help to drive the cost down for any consumers to try an EV as the first step of owning an EV. And then on the other hand, there's also non-monetary rewards that comes with owning an EV, which is free from driving restrictions. For instance, in Indonesia, when you talk about Jakarta, there's an odd and even license plate restriction that's imposed on internal combustion engine vehicles. But if you are owning an EV, you are actually free from those restrictions, and then brings in convenience of driving that vehicle, right? And beyond that, we are also looking at, you know, parking privileges of people who actually owns an EV in the SCBD areas. And I think that actually really helped in driving some ownership, right? And then on the other hand, we are also looking at things from the private sector perspective, because financing an EV can be a major factor in contributing to the driving the demand. which is really looking at having low cost or even zero interest loans or leasing plans that's given to customers to really drive the EV demand. So I think those actually play a very important role on the demand side of the house. But when you look at, everybody talk about EV, you also relate to the infrastructure piece, because those two things go hand in hand. And there's often been quoted as the chicken and egg problem, because it's actually quite capital intensive to put on charging infrastructure, and CPOs, charging point operators, they are actually really looking at utilization levels. And at this moment, because both of these two countries are really at the infancy of driving EV adoption, so at this point in time, it's the most difficult stage where you're really looking at potentially low utilization while having a high upfront capital investment for charging. But what we are doing from an industry player perspective is that we are working very closely with PLN to really drive having the infrastructure available for customers. First is from a home charging perspective. We actually provide free home charging hardware, and also with PLN support to really have the installation and the putting down the capacity, right, for each customer homes. So to enable that to have enough charging capability at home. And on the other hand, I think there's also an element of public charging. In the public charging domain, what we are really working on is providing charging hardware really coming out from the fast charging, right? We are talking about 60 kilowatt hour and above to really help be able to have EV charge within 30 minutes from, say, 30% to about 80% at least, right? So, and it's very important to have it available in these toll roads and also in these highways, because that's really important when we talk about the interstate commute, because that's where the range anxiety actually kicks in. So I think those are the key elements from a charging infrastructure perspective. But I think in the future, right, we're really looking at further decarbonizing from a perspective of decarbonizing the grid. Because ultimately, if you're charging an EV and you really want to decarbonize, you're really talking about powering those charging facilities with renewables. And I think that's one area that we are working with PLN to drive that. And then lastly, I think from a private and public infrastructure perspective, right, we're really looking at synergies, because we don't want to crowding of charging infrastructure in certain locations where there's unavailable in other locations, right? So it calls upon grid planning and grid management to enable that to happen. So I think those are the key elements from this infrastructure perspective. And lastly, if I were to shift gears to on the supply side. So as an OEM, we are really looking at supplying the most attractive and accessible vehicles to the public. And what does that mean is really to drive affordability from a total cost of ownership perspective, to help customer have a peace of mind when you are owning an EV. So that means there are a few key elements to that. One is we are going to really look at having affordable vehicles really to right size the battery capacity, because as you probably know, the battery is actually one of the most costly elements in an EV. It occupies about 40% of the total cost of an EV vehicle. So what that means is that having the right size and also the right technology in the battery actually will drive down vehicle costs, and the benefit can be passed on to the consumers for them to able to have something that's affordable for their day-to-day commute. So that's one key area. And we have been launching like even 2-doors, 4-seat EVs in Indonesia, and that's one of the best-selling vehicles in this market. So that's called an AEV, by the way. And then that's on the supply side. And of course, we are also looking at further reducing the carbon footprint by having fleet sales to whether it's on the public domain or on the private domain. And that means really you are decarbonizing not just on the private consumer side, but really on the operational vehicle perspective, because those might be doing their milk rounds day in and day out. And that calls upon fleet management solutions that we are currently working on with Telkomsel. And we actually have a cooperation with them, and all our vehicles are equipped with fleet management solutions to enable whether you are private or public enterprise to be able to drive down your total cost of operations of running an EV fleet. So I think that's actually very important as well. And lastly, as the only OEM in Indonesia that's actually exporting EVs to overseas markets, I think we are also seeing a lot of potential of really exploring exporting EVs to other nearby countries that has a right-hand drive. And then obviously, Australia will be one of the destinations that we are looking into at this moment. So I think that all in all, I think it's really driving the adoption from multiple angles. And then really looking at, ultimately, right, we are talking about safety of consumers. Because I think safety is the #1 priority when we talk about transportation, right? So we are actually demonstrating the safety of our vehicles through supporting major international and domestic events in Indonesia, including the G20 Summit in 2022 in Bali, in the ASEAN Summit in 2023, and also this year, very recently, we also supported the Australia and African Summit. All these events, our vehicles are being used by the VVIP fleet, and they have zero incident that's associated with our vehicles. And we are proud to say that we have sold over 2 million units globally and with zero self-combustion. So I think that just demonstrates the reliability and safety of our vehicles. So it's not always about cost cutting to cut around the edges, but it's really about ensuring the affordability is achieved without compromising on the quality and also on the safety of our final consumers. So I think that's paramount important. And lastly, if I were to really look at the future, right, I think one of the hot topics that really look at is about artificial intelligence and how do we apply artificial intelligence even in the advanced manufacturing space. And we are proud to announce that we are actually adopting 100% automation in our facilities, which means that we are totally free from human labor in our factories. That has not happened in Indonesia yet. That was actually piloted in our factory in China. And that has been visited. We have some high-profile Indonesian ministers who actually visit our facilities, and they are highly impressed. But the real significance of that is to really free our vehicles from human errors in terms of manufacturing, and to ensure that our cost is actually being really controlled, so that we can pass on these cost benefits to the ultimate consumers. So I think that those are one of the future things that we're really looking at. Secondly, I will characterize as the EV future market to be more of a so-called smartphone on wheels. And what does that mean? It means that from an EV perspective, we're really looking at it's able to do all the things that you're able to do on your mobile phones, but at a nice thing about having it in your vehicle. So there's a seamless integration of customer experience from the purchase of the vehicle to the time where you actually retire the vehicle to switch to a new one. And this can be achieved through over-the-air updates on all our vehicles, supported by 5G telecommunications. And that means you always have a new experience, even though you actually have a vehicle that has been used for a couple of years per se, right? And I think that's actually the future of the EV space, and not to mention even one step ahead, which is autonomous driving. And that can be also achieved through an EV, and basically it's the advanced computing softwares that has been really implanted from a hardware perspective in the EVs. And we are also looking into working with EKN to really having those smart and green solutions available in their area. And very recently, we also signed an MOU with the Bali government to actually implement an EV ecosystem in Bali. And I think it's of our most interest to do so as the #1 maker in Indonesia with over 40% market share in this country. So I think it's really a corporate social responsibility part for us to contribute to the decarbonization efforts and to bring knowledge and skills to the Indonesian workforce. I think that's all I will have to cover today. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kaili Yan, to share about the insights on the future and also current developments of the EV markets. It's very interesting when we actually talk about the artificial intelligence as well as the smartphone on the wheels, yeah, you said, and also the autonomous driving, yeah, for our futures of the electric vehicles. So later on, maybe we will, if you have any questions, please keep it first, and we will actually discuss it after all of the speakers present about the topics. Yeah. Okay, so the next one, I would like to invite Mr. Hotden Manurung, yeah, to discuss the role of nickels and HPAL technologies in the battery industry. So please, Mr. Hotden Manurung, the time is yours. Ya, silakan Pak, silakan. Ya.
Cek. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, it should be presented by our leader, Justin Warner, but apologize. He's on another trip, so he delegated me as nickel industry for show about the nickel, battery, and high precious acid technology. So congratulations for the Indonesia, Australia for 75 of the diplomatic anniversary. And this is the first time for me to become, let's say, standing in the front of ITB, because I think last time I come here is 2019 to follow the conference here, but not in the campus, but outside in some hotel. And this is the first time for me, and I'm very glad to be invited here. So let's move here. This is the speaker's, let's say, brief introduction. My name is Hotden Manurung. Currently, I'm a metallurgist at one of NIC project nickel for HPIL. And let's see, the big picture is bigger than me, I think. On the left side is called Jiang Chuanyu. He was at the ANFI for 50 years. And the middle, I think some of you know him. He's Philip Mackey. He's Australian, and currently he's staying in Canada. He's a mining and metallurgy Hall of Fame. I met them in Canada last 2 months and discussed about metal extraction. Of course, the lab is me. And currently, I follow the two active of the Association of Metallurgy. One is CIM, called the Canada Institute of Mining, Metallurgy and Petroleum. And the second is Prometindo, is Indonesia. And let's talk about the nickel industry. Let me show you a quick show about nickel industry profile. The main point is the location head office in New South Wales, founded in 2007. And we have a 5 point, let's call first is safety and final matter and community. And the second is respect. Number 3 is governance. Number 4, teamwork. And number 5 is performance. And based on this, I saw that this is one of solid Australia-Indonesia partnership since 2007, when the Nickel Industry Limited found in New South Wales, Australia. And as so here, I found some photos. This is the leaders of our ESG. He's standing there. Is Pak Tajar. I appreciate he come here to accompany me to store here. And we're focusing on the 2 stages. One is the mining. What is the light? Okay. This is a mining, as you can see here, and also have also RKF and autoclave. And as information, currently, nickel industry hold the first rank of mining companies as a green power in Indonesia. And this is our milestone, as we can show that 2007 until 2023, we achieved a lot of milestone, which is the first is mining, and also finally we have 4 RKF smelter, 3 in IMIP, we call Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, which is called Hengjaya Ranger Angel in IWIP, and we have also Oracle Nickel and Huayu Nickel Cobalt, which have a 10 interest located in IMIP, and the last one is ANC. This project currently on construction progress. And this is our university scholarship. We also put QTLCR. We give a scholarship to the people, local people in Sulawesi. And as you can see here, there were 10, it's about 10 to more people got a scholarship for local person who can receive the education for higher. And the last thing about the company profile I saw here, we got achieved a lot of, and the last year, 2023, the first is low LTI, and the second, of course, as you can see, a rating for MSCI, SAP, Asia, EBRA, and Nusantara, and Train Asia. The last time I think Pak Tajar moved to Asia, let's say to China, and so one place. And for the green property rating, we got to treat like green proper, and of course, we are refitting together higher and higher. And now let's move to the battery nickel industry and investment. Let's see here. When we talk about the batteries, of course, we need to talk what is the resource. And nickel does take part of the mining, as we saw that we have a mine area currently active in Hengjaya office at site Tangofa. And also we do processes to become MSP. Currently we have at this stage with crude refining. And this factory currently have, I think, only 3 in Indonesia. One is in Obi in the first 2019, and the second is SNC, and the third is KMB. And we plan to produce also MSP, let's say mixed sulfate precipitate, which is already included for the fine refining. And after that, I will go to PCAM, CAM, and also foil battery as explained before. And as we know, I will try to just put what is the nickel, cobalt, and manganese application, as we can see in the lowest electric vehicle and solar panel, and also aerospace and energy storage, let's say electric device as we use it daily. And next, I will show you a quick show about why currently many people interested with Indonesia. Because as we know, Indonesia is one of the largest nickel laterite resource and also reserve. As we can see here, Indonesia, no other country even half than Indonesia had. And let's see, even the resource and also production. But don't forget, in 2009, when Indonesian government said that we may not export any raw ore anymore, we have to process inside our country. And let's say the first refinery is to increase the nickel concentrate minimum 37%. It means MSP, because MSP normally contain at least up to 37% of nickels. And however, the current situation is even up than 14. And as we can see here, start from 2017, there's for the 2014, exactly banned it for the export ore. And after that, 2018 and 2023, a lot of export after the nickel processing, let's say nickel made, RKF, and so on. And here I put, let's say, Indonesia nickel milestone. Just a quick show. The first color is about the discovering nickel in Indonesia, which is did by Inco Canada. And at the moment, this is export the ore, and the first time construction of RKEF in Indonesia. And this Harita Group producer MSP coming to Indonesia. And I put also here nickel industry. And what the nickel industry is used the blue color. And the first MSP production in 2019 by Harita and the Obi Island, and the second is Huayo, and the third is MSP by also Harita in 2022. And now let's talk about SPIL. Why do we choose SPIL? Because Indonesia, even we know that Indonesia has the largest reserve and production in nickel, but Indonesia nickel is mostly laterite. We don't have any sulfide. Sulfide area, I think, is Canada and another country, but laterite is content of nickel, let's say 0.8 until 1.7 or 2, which is, let's say, high and low. And high pressure acid have another reason why the SPIL is so popular right now, because this we can extract the commonly using sulfuric acid, and also the temperature is around 260, 250, and the pressure is of 50. Of course, it's very different with RKEF, which is melting the iron. And also residence time was 1 to 2 hours, and we can achieve the recovery even up to 95%. So and as far as I know, all the SPL project currently in Indonesia has their own dedicated sulfuric acid plant, which is, sulfuric acid plant have advantage, which is can produce also power plant for us per factory. And single autoclave can produce 15 to 20 million ton annually. And also currently NSC has a 4-line. And now let's move this quick show of the autoclave process for the nickel laterite, as from ore and to produce the MSP and also tiling. Maybe some question we can ask later, because I put also some appendix out of this, because these were quite technical. So just quick choice, let's say preparation and autoclave and nickel and cobalt separation and precipitation and so on. And mostly we use like sulfuric acid, calcium carbonate, and sodium hydroxide, and calcium carbonate and calcium hydroxide for the chemicals. This is the main for chemicals for the autoclave. And this is called Huayo cobalt, which is interested 10%. This already for 100% operating since 2022. And the second project is, I said to you before, the ANC, accessory nickel cobalt, which is owned by NIC 55%. And currently under construction process. And we plan to produce like MSP and also chromite concentrate and nickel sulfate, cobalt sulfate, which is a before PCAM, and also magnesium sulfate. Why you use a magnesium sulfate? Because we need to reduce the carbon footprint, because when we produce carbon footprint, we can use it, let's say, as a carbon additional to produce the manganese. So if we release it, of course, carbon footprint quite high, because even if we compare between SPL and RKIF, because SPL mostly 7 to 8 ton of carbon footprint to ton nickel, which is RKIF is mostly 60, even more. And this is our, let's say, ANC project. Why we use that? ANC project is a low emission because we adopt a slurry plant. So when we start the project, we don't use the dump truck, let's say vehicle, to move the ore for the long trip, because we just use a slurry pipeline to transport the ore from the mining area to the factory. So it keeps around 21 kilometers distance. At least we try to reduce the emission even from the equipment. And also less hauling activity, and we use both different areas, one in the factory and one is the mining. So for the low-grade nickel processing, there's some big question, because when we talk about the nickel laterite, of course, the nickel content is 1 to 1.5, only 1 to 1.5% on the raw ore. Of course, it's a lot of tilings. Let's see here, whenever the raw ore is 0.8 to 1.5 percent, and iron is 40 to 50%. Of course, there will be big headaches for the tiling. How we handle it, how we management the tiling, because as we know that only 1.5% we can take from the raw materials. And even, of course, we can derivative the materials like MSP, nickel sulfate, and so on, even to anode. But of course, we have to think about the tilings. Tiling is a big trouble. As I present last 2 months in Canada, a lot of experts from Canada expect how you handle the tiling, because the large volume, right? And how nickel industry did it, there's something we call the integrated geometallurgy team, and how we plan to manage the tiling. In NIC, currently we have, let's say, geology department, mining department, and extractive, even the tiling management. So we put one over here. And normally, if we talk about the geometallurgy, it's combined of geology, mining, and also extractive. And we put one here on the left is tiling management. So when we try to plan the ore and also to mine and process it, we need to also make a circling and combination between each department, how to handle the tiling. And for this stage, we have, of course, we have a mine out area with a big hole, right? And of course, it's the big trouble, even not only in Indonesia, and also in the old mining, let's say in the, Canada, in Europe, and in other places, that also mine out area is a big problem, because that will be a big hole at some place in the forest, and let's say in another place. And based on this, even the sources from HPL project OB, we plan to put the same. We plan to return back the tiling to the main out area, how to fulfill the main out area. So we will not leave the big hole on the mining area. This is the plan. And also, currently we have a study how to use the tiling. Even right now it's a hazardous material, but let's maybe need times to 6 to 1 year, because currently on NIC try to make a study how to use the tiling to become able for the fertilizer, like say to plant some trees and also any other kind of trees. Even currently there's this kind of tiling is still difficult to plan. But we try to treat it how to be able to use for the 3-year plan and so on. So when we put it on the minor area, we do hope the trees can plant as normal. Even not really like as a natural trees, but at least we try to fulfill the minor area, not leaving the big hole, but we make it not really flat as before, but at least we fulfill it with the tiling and also try to plant something on it. That's why how we're thinking how to make, that's why we call integrated geometallurgy and tiling management. So we'll make a coordinate between all departments inside the NIC. And let's move here is the industry result. As we can see, only one LTI during 2024 and 8 million hours, working hours. And the second, low-cost nickel production. Yet NIC hold it. And the third is achieve the high sustainability. Yep, we are achieving. And we want also the Train Asia winner of the Train Asia 2023 and low-cost carbon emission, which is, as I showed you before, that 2 to 8 ton of carbon emission for equivalent for the ton nickels. And one is the interest is we already use EV dump trucks. We have now 10 units of EV dump truck in the mining area to move the ore. And for the next November 15, we plan to add 10 more EV trucks. Yep, at least we try to start from now, because as we know that 2035, we try to reduce the carbon emission for 50%. So start from now, we started. And the last is solar panel with Cessna. Currently, our dormitory and also factory support by power solar panel. And also for the factory, we already have the planet to support by solar panel. So I think this from me. And if some question, I already put some additional information. If you want to ask, let's say how the processing technical, I'm welcome, very welcome for that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hotden Manurung, for discussing about the role of nickel and HPAL technologies in the battery industry. So now let's turn to Professor Akbar Ramdhani to learn more about the lithium and battery recycling technologies. So to Professor Akbar, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. So it's always great to be back at ITB. So I'm a graduate of ITB. So yes, today I'm going to talk about a little bit about lithium from Australian perspective, but also looking at the bigger picture on how we actually recycle batteries and all the things that emerging technologies, especially from Australian perspective. Yeah. So I know the context is lithium and also previously about nickel, right? But when we actually look at EV and batteries, there are other metals that are really important, yeah, for these batteries. So I just want to remind all of you regarding this list of critical minerals from Australia and also from Indonesia. So the blue one is actually from Australian perspective, and the black one from Indonesian perspective. Yeah, and I also have highlighted the metals that are very important for batteries and also for EV, basically, right? So of course, lithium is there, nickel, right? But also such as cobalt, phosphorus, manganese, graphite. Graphite is also considered as a critical minerals, yeah? So it's used in the anode, for example, zinc, and so on, right? So when we talk about battery recycling later on, we also need to think about just beyond the lithium and also nickel, right? Okay, so let's just go a bit about lithium from Australian perspective. Right. So Australia is actually the major, actually the biggest lithium mineral producer around the world, right? Number one. And in terms of revenue from Australian perspective, before COVID, roughly it's about $5 billion coming from lithium minerals, right? And around 2023, there's a big spike, right? So at that time, of course, there's a lot of strong market from China, right, to stockpile the lithium minerals, and that drove the price actually to a very high price, and actually on that year, it reached $26 billion, right? So it's a big number. And of course, after that, there is a decrease in the price, and thus the revenue is also decreased. But it will be level of, or predicted level of, around 2 times before the COVID time. Yeah, so it will be around maybe 12 to 15 billion dollars predicted. Right. Now, this lithium minerals actually. Majority of it is in the form of spodumene, lithium aluminum silicate. Right? Now let's look at a bit what's happened here in 2024, let's say. In here we have 11 billion revenue, yeah? And actually about 80% of that bought by China, right? So they take a lot of these lithium minerals from Australia, right? And only a small percentage processed domestically in Australia, and also for other countries, right? And what did China do? They process it, right, and sell back to Australia and around the world, right? So, for example, here, even though China has about less than 10% of lithium reserve, they actually produce 70% of processed lithium, right? So that's in 2023. Now just to give some number here, in 2023, China exported 130,000 tons of lithium hydroxide and lithium oxide, so that's already processed from spodumene, and that value around roughly $6 billion. Right? Now, around the same time, Australia only exported about 1% of that number. Right? So from the Australian perspective, there is also a driving force for processing this spodumene to this intermediate compounds, lithium hydroxide and also lithium carbonates. Yeah. So from the perspective of processing of primary minerals, there is a high driving force there. Right. Now let's bring in the context of recycling. Right. The reason is, with this EV intake around the world, the demand for the materials actually increasing really, really high. Right? So I will give some illustration later on. So let's just start here. So basically, why we actually recycle, right? So it's also promoting circularity, obviously, right? So battery circularity. So the fact that we recycle battery, and there are many ways for us to do that. We can do first direct recycling. So part of the batteries that can be reused, for example, it's refurbished or remanufactured to make a new battery, right? Or we go further to, for example, break down the materials to make a new cathode, or even everything to come back as an element, right? Such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, and so on, right? And that sort of recycling loop is represented in this picture, right? And you can see here already the common route for processing these materials, recycling these materials, is through what's called pyrometallurgy process and hydrometallurgy process. We'll talk about that in more details in the next few slides. Now, I just want to mention from the Australian perspective, currently there's about 4,000 tons of spent lithium-ion batteries. If we don't do anything, we don't recycle that in Australia, then it has been predicted that it will increase to 150,000 tons by 2036. I should mention this is actual resources as well, so, and it's going to be important to meet the demand of the materials. And I will mention that later on again. So another question here is, what is the amount in Indonesia? So that's something that also very important to know. And we've been trying to do some research in that area as well, engaging Indonesian universities to get an appropriate an estimate number of that. Yeah. Right. Right. So this is actually about what I said earlier about the demand of the metals and materials for the batteries. So, so this is just showing for the three main metals: lithium, cobalt, and nickel, from 2017 to 2021. We can just take some numbers here. Let's say for the lithium, there's an increase from 45 kilotons needed or demand to about 81 kilotons, almost double. And also for cobalt and also nickel. Yeah, this is for 2017 to 2021. Now, people also have tried to simulate, to project what the demand will be, right, in the coming years. So there's this one study that tried to do that, and this is also illustrating the importance of recycling. So on the left-hand side, on the top is for cobalt, and B, the bottom here for lithium, C for nickel, D for manganese. And the gray bars representing the demand, right? The dark bar representing the amount of that particular materials recycled, yeah, during that particular years. And the green line is just a general, the amount of battery recycled in that particular years. So as you can see from here, from the perspective of cobalt, yeah. So if we recycle properly, right, so we can actually meet the demand of cobalt. And in fact, it has been predicted that the cobalt demand is actually decreasing over time because we are developing new technologies without cobalt, right? So in here, it shows that, I don't think this is, anyway, yeah. So, but if you look at other elements, such as lithium, nickel, and manganese, right? So you can see in here that there's this, the demand is very hard to meet. Yeah? So in here, it shows that we will need to have a good recycling to make sure that it contributes to the demand of those metals. Yeah. Right. So that's why we want to recycle. So just to give from different perspective why we want to recycle is that you can see it from this slide. So for example, it's all about resource efficiency. Yeah? So you can get lithium from brine, but you have to process 750 tons of them. From the ore, you have to process 250 tons, right? That's only for 1 ton of lithium, right? But if you process spent lithium-ion batteries, you only need about 28 tons of those batteries to get 1 ton of lithium. Similar thing for cobalt. For 1 ton of cobalt, you can get it from 300 tons of ores, or you can get it from 5 to 15 tons of spent lithium-ion batteries. Other aspect that we can sort of, or advantages of doing recycling is, of course, the cost in processing will be less compared to primary processing. Energy use can be down by 82%, also less, right? Water use less by 77%, and also SOx emission by 91%. So yeah, there's a lot of good things from recycling. But, recycling is not easy. When you look at batteries, it's a complex device, it's complex sort of products, right? So this is giving you some illustration about what are the things that we can actually recycle from batteries in terms of the percentage, yeah? So when you look at batteries, you basically look at battery pack, like the big one, yeah? And in that pack, it consists of modules, right? So if you start the pack from the pack itself, 74% of that is the one that we further process. That is the module. 74%, and that goes into the right-hand side. And from those 74%, 89% is the cells. So inside the module itself, there are cells, small batteries. Yeah? So each of that can work on its own. So that's the actual battery is very small cells. From 89% of that is the cells, right? And inside the cell itself, there are many components, right? And the one that we actually really recycle is only 28%, right? This is where the value lies. That's where the cathode materials is, right? The lithium, the cobalt, the nickel, manganese is there, right? 17% is the anode. Usually anode is made of graphite, carbon. People also try to recycle that one as well. Right? So as you can see, in terms of percentage from one battery pack, it's quite small, right? And there are other components, but from the perspective of economic, that component is it's not very economic to just recover that one. So a lot of the industry is focusing on the cathode materials, right? Okay, so let's go back a bit about how we actually recycle batteries. I mentioned earlier there are two major routes, yeah, pyrometallurgy and hydrometallurgy. So it is actually a combination of those. It's the one that is more efficient. But just to give some basic description, so pyrometallurgy is using high temperature for recycling. There are pros and cons, obviously. For example, pyro, the process is actually pretty easy. I spent in 2016 in my sabbatical in Europe in a company, Umicore, which is actually recycling batteries. So the whole batteries is just chucking it into a smelter. Right? So no necessity passivation step. And you can have exothermic reaction, so that adding the energy as well, right? But there are also cons, high energy consumption, there is some hazardous gases emission, and high capital costs, among others. The other side is hydrometallurgical route. It has quite a high recovery efficiency, high quality outputs, and mild racing conditions. Also, there are cons as well. Such as, we use a lot of water, a lot of chemicals, and need of pretreatment. So you have to actually make the batteries very small, right? You have to size it very small so that it can be leached out very effectively. I just want to show you some of the generic flow sheet for batteries recycling. For the pyrometallurgy, you use high temperature, and usually you smelt them, you react them at high temperature, making an alloy and also slag. Now the alloy can be further refined, can also leach as well, depending what you want. And in terms of the hydro and biometallurgical route, for example, you will need to really dismantle them, and then you will need to do some pre-treatment, make it very small. And the high value elements is basically in the cathode, right? You do pre-treatment, leaching, and other processes to get the materials or the metals. Yeah. Anode also can be recovered, carbon anode, and also the copper coil as well. I just want to show you an example of hydrometallurgical route. There are many variations of that, and also many different sort of types. But what I want to show in here is that hydrometallurgy, even though it's a low temperature, it also quite a complex process. And as you can see from here, you have many sort of reactors, many steps in the leaching process, impurity removal, and then the recovery for nickel, cobalt, manganese, and then in the end, the recovery of the lithium. So it's a long process. Yeah. If you look at pyro, there are also different approach. You can react that, you can smelt them, you can react that with chloride, there's a chloride route. You can react that with and other compounds, sulfur. example, nitration, chlorination, sulfation, roasting, yeah, and all of that. So this is summarizing sort of the conditions and the temperature that we usually use, yeah, for processing of batteries or recycling of batteries using different methods. Yeah. You can use also microwave, for example, for the heat to heat up the reaction, and so on. Yeah. So it also show you whether the process is actually oxidizing and also reducing, and so on. So there are also many options for recycling through pyrometallurgy.
Sorry for interrupting, Pak Akbar. 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left, okay. So in industry, they actually, they are doing that, yeah, by combination of pyro and hydrometallurgical route. Yeah. So even though it's sort of done in industry, there's still a lot of things that can be optimized. So I just want to quick show what we've been doing in Swinburne and also in Australia. So we are developing a new ways of recycling batteries. One is by reacting it with metals, aluminum waste. Yeah. So we are using thermite ignition as a source of energy, so we don't have to add another carbon or other fuel. So it's self-fueling. So it produces lithium, cobalt alloy, right? Lithium separately and also cobalt alloy. Yeah. So we also try to use, solar energy as a source for heating, yeah? Concentrated solar energy. So this is a technique that we developed to recycle alkaline battery to recover zinc, manganese, and so on, right? And also we trying to, we work with the Australian company called Kaili Yan and also CSIRO to develop a zero emission lithium process, yeah, to make lithium and also lithium intermediates such as lithium carbonates, lithium oxide. Yeah. So final slide. Right. So just to conclude, recycling is vital to meet the future demand of battery materials. Right. From Australian perspective, there's a need to develop a clean technology for processing primary lithium minerals to intermediates, yeah, lithium oxide and lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide. Of course, from Indonesian perspective as well, the need of clean technology to recycle this battery, focusing on the nickel, right? And of course, there are many scopes of collaboration between Australia and Indonesia that we should explore to make sure that both countries can actually, you know, win in this situation. So thank you very much for your attention, and sorry if a bit long.
Thank you very much, Prof. Akbar Ramdhani, to discuss about the lithium and battery recycling technologies. So finally, let's hear from the Professor Mohan Yalishetty about securing energy futures and the role of Indonesia and Australia in these energy transitions. So the time is yours, Professor.
Assalamualaikum, namaste, good day to everyone. And thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And I'm really privileged and honored to have been invited to this very strategic event between Australia and Indonesia. And thanks to His Excellency Siswo Pramono for extending this cordial invitation to share some of my thoughts. I really appreciate the opportunity. And also, your office has been very cordial in extending a lot of tips how to travel, where to stay, and so on. So thank you to your thank you to yourself also. So ladies and gentlemen, my talk is, I'm going to crunch some numbers and show where Australia and Indonesia have the opportunity to collaborate and why they should collaborate. Because Australia has some strengths and Indonesia has other strengths. So the collaboration can be a game changer in the Indo-Pacific. So that's where I'm going to kind of conclude as far as my talk is concerned. So the title of my talk I've chosen in a way that how Australia's and Indonesia's role in the global energy transition, because there are some minerals that Australia has and some minerals Indonesia produce. And when you look at a battery composition, so battery requires a number of those different ingredients. And the synergistic effect would be very profound. So that's going to be a presentation overview. So I'm going to touch upon mainly because there are some students also, I'm hoping, in this room. So just for their benefit, I want to introduce them to what are critical minerals, why they are critical minerals, and what are the clean energy minerals per se. And then what are the main demand drivers, and then Critical Mineral International Alliance. And that's the reason, that's one of the very important reasons I am here. I'm trying to establish some collaborations with colleagues wherein we want to partner to create a community of practice. That's where I will kind of end. So first thing first, I am Mohan Yelishetty. I work at Monash University. On a lighter side, I say, of course, I must also thank my good friend, Professor Akbar Ramadani, who introduced me to His Excellency, and as a result, I'm here. So I always, on a lighter side, say to people, Monash and Mohan are very closely linked in that when you change the letters that make up Monash, the order, it becomes Mohan's University. So I work at a university that has very, by name reflects with my personal name as well. So back in 2019, I co-founded Critical Minerals Consortium because I know there's a wave that is going to come and we need to work together. We need to solve the problems. And the problems are very common in nature, and they are common in, for example, our industry colleague from Nickel Industries was talking about, how to extract, how to reduce footprint, how to deal with tailings, how do you rehabilitate. The commons are pretty much, the problems are common to different contexts. So I must acknowledge a few people here. Stephen McIntosh, who was former CTO within Rio Tinto, and Professor Robin Batterham was a former chief scientist of Australia, and my good colleagues, Professor David Whittle and Professor Gavin Mudd, who has become now director at National Minerals Intelligence Center in the UK, and Stuart Walsh. So why critical minerals are so important that everyone, there's no single bilateral or trilateral or multilateral meeting that doesn't discuss critical minerals these days, because they have become so important underpinnings for modern technologies, because they possess some important characteristics, such as they could be catalytic. For example, catalytic converters, platinum group of minerals that we speak of. Metallurgical properties, for example, if you add certain metals, they make the properties of steel or aluminum more stronger, and electrical, magnetic, and luminescent. For example, gallium, indium, germanium. So some of the lights that we used to have, the incandescent lights, now they've been replaced by the LED bulbs. They consume low power, low energy, but they give you more pleasant ambience in a room with more light. So that's why they are very, very important. And on the right-hand side, I have said 4 important reasons why minerals are critical. Too much market concentration. In the next couple of slides, I'll show you how much market concentration is in one single country. And there are very high barriers to entry as far as market is concerned. And the products are very heterogeneous, and market impacts of co-products in many cases. That also is another important reason. And substitutes are emerging very rapidly. So now Tesla is trying to make motors without rare earth magnets. So that's a kind of pace at which people are moving, because necessity is mother of invention. Our friend from EV supply chains would appreciate when you don't find a metal, you don't wait for the metal to, but you will find an alternative. So that's exactly another reason. And volatility in markets and the prices. So that's the main reasons. So we need all of them for several of those reasons that we have listed at the bottom. This is something that is very, very impressive slide, that or picture that I like. If you look at, when I was at mining school back 30 years ago, so we were mainly concentrating on that inner circle of metals. But today, there are so many exotic metals that come as companions. So I want to take your attention to right? So they are produced as byproducts of copper or zinc operations, and so with gallium, which is another element. That means in any given year, if the demand for these mainstream metals are low, that means you are going to have short supply of the companion metals. And that has happened. In 2020, if you look at, gallium prices skyrocketed. And gallium is used in every electronic device that we have. So that's another reason why they are critical. So that's where I sort of said, indium, gallium, germanium, they are used in solar photovoltaics, and they are used in the LED lights. They are used in a number of high-tech applications, including semiconductor devices. And semiconductors, as you know, have become very, very important drivers for most modern gadgets. And this is another important reason why minerals are critical. If you look at the concentration of supplies, if you look at China produces about 60% of world's rare earth minerals, and they process about 80%. When it comes to magnet or metallization, 98% of that is captured by just one single market. I'm not putting China or some other country here. No country should be relied so much upon, because anything could happen. There is a natural catastrophe that could have implications. So 98% reliance on one single country is dangerous to the world. So that's where now this has become an issue, highly researched about, highly talked about, highly, kind of a lot of policies have been kind of put to forth. The other important, this is another very, very important reason why critical minerals are critical. So our friends from nickel industries were presenting about nickel. If you look at after nickel, from here on, look at copper as a commodity. Its world market size is $309 billion. And the entire 30 or 40 elements which make up critical minerals, the entire market share is only 100 billion. And that too, including lithium, which is 70% of that 100 billion. So that means they are very tiny markets. So big companies like Rios, BHPs, Fortescue's, they are not interested in that market. They are a very niche market. If I may tell you, in 2023, the total gallium production in the world was only 300,000 kilograms, as against the export of iron ore that happens from Western Australia, which is 850 million tons. So that's a kind of size, the scale. So that's a very important, but they're very, very important ingredients for modern technologies. And again, if you look at a typical printed circuit board of an electronic gadget, in 1980s, it consisted of 11 elements. By 1990s, you added 4, but today it's a pack of 50 metals, nearly. So that means they add that performance levels, they add that energy saving, they are added that touch sensitivity. All of those are very, very important reasons why we have these many exotic minerals being part of modern gadgets. So coming to the topic of today, critical energy minerals. If you look at worldwide, there have been 25 different studies conducted by different countries, and they have identified about 75 minerals being critical out of 90 naturally occurring elements in a periodic table. So they've become so important, and many of them are very exotic. So some 20, 30 years ago, if you were a mining engineer, you never extracted gallium, you never extracted germanium, you never extracted indium. But today, they are very, very important because they add certain characteristics to our commodities, sorry, our things. So again, what is the problem? So critical mineral is not, the criticality of a mineral doesn't exist at the mining phase. For example, this is a clear example of Australia produces about 50% of world's lithium. That's spodumene concentrate. But the criticality is not there. Criticality is in the processing. So where, again, single country, too much reliance, which is not the best thing. So for example, copper, if you look at, copper is very, very important. Copper is required for everything, but copper is not critical because it is widespread. Copper is produced in Southern American countries, Australia, India, China. No, it's quite widespread. So it's not as important as the other metals that we have seen. So cobalt, almost 80% of world's cobalt comes from Congo. So that's also is highly contentious, so to say. So that's the reason why we are talking this at length. And again, I don't want to kind of spend too much time on here, but that's a kind of, material intensity. And our friends spoke about, the typical electric car consumes about 6 times more minerals compared to their IC engine counterparts. So even Indonesia, if you look at, is committed to producing about 13 million electric motorcycles and 2.2 million electric cars by 2030. So because Indonesia's commitment to net zero is 2060, and likewise Australia is 2050. So we need to have a lot of these ingredients and so on. So, but if you look at the CO2 emissions perspective, it will be 1/3 of what an IC engine car on a repeated basis would produce. So that's the important difference. And again, that's a kind of a typical individual rare earth elements for cleaner technologies. So they are required in very tiny quantities, but their availability is the key, right? That makes them very, very specially our most sought after elements as far as energy transition story is concerned. And again, if you look at, there are different configurations. I'm not an expert of batteries, but if you look at the material intensity of different batteries, so when necessity is mother of invention again. So when you don't have supply of cobalt, when you don't have supply of nickel, what you do is you settle for LFP kind of battery. But again, performance, energy density, and other important attributes come into play when we discuss about different configuration. So the growth projections are astronomical. The world needs more of these minerals, but if you can look at the bottom, battery minerals shortfall demand more new mines. So according to a recent International Energy Agency report, we are going to need 140 new copper mines. We are going to need 60 new nickel mines, 50 new lithium mines, and about 17 new cobalt mines by 2030. And the scale of investment that is required is $150 billion. So currently it is at half mark. So that's a big problem in this entire story. And then again, now let's come to how Australia and Indonesia can come to de-risk these supply chains. If you look at Australia here, India there, and Indonesia there. So the production of metals that are required for battery, Australia is well placed to supply the energy demand requirements for the entire world if we invested. And likewise, if you look at Indonesia is very good at downstream, midstream processing. Australia is good at digging stuff out of the ground. Of course, we have got capabilities, but the cost prohibitive nature of our manufacturing, kind of precludes from us going for the downstream. But again, that partnership could be a game changer, where we could use the downstream infrastructure, processing infrastructure in Indonesia with our capabilities in med sector, which are world class. That's going to be a game changer partnership. And again, how do they compare in terms of Australia and Indonesia in terms of global available reserves of different commodities are concerned? So nickel, I think both of them have about 15% or 25% of the world reserves, around 15%. And cobalt, Australia has got second largest deposits. But again, not every country is as blessed as Australia and Indonesia when it comes to mineral resources endowment. So that's where the partnership could be very, very thing. And then finally, so we realized this. Now we established, I co-founded Critical Minerals Consortium, but then now Australia, India, as much with Australia, Indonesia, Australia, India also have very strategic trade partnerships. So one of the things I realized is when you talk of critical minerals, the problems are similar. The research questions are same. So rather than people duplicating the work, when you form a consortia, we will be able to share the knowledge. We will be able to, upskill our people. We will be able to run very targeted training programs. So there's a lot of saving of money from both governments' perspective. So that's where we forged this relationship. And Your Excellency, you would be happy to know that Government of India has committed $5 million to this partnership. In fact, next week on 23rd, both Minister Jason Clare and Minister Pradhan will be on Monash campus in Clayton to kind of, kick off some of these activities. So now, a lot of R&D, sharing of knowledge, sharing of IPs, all of that would be happening, where we would have PhD students coming from India, where like even Professor Akbar is also going to supervise a PhD student in conjunction with his Indian counterpart. So that advantage is one of the greatest advantage of this collaboration. And the MOU was signed back in November last year. And again, both the ministers are going to be at Monash next week that I'm going to attend. Finally, Your Excellency, again, I shared this vision with you. So we wanted not only restrict this partnership to Australia, India, or Australia, Indonesia, but we want to have an Indo-Pacific consortium so that, it will alleviate a lot of problems. Because China doesn't need us. China has a lot of this know-how. They already have that capabilities. In fact, as a matter of fact, in 2015, China has filed close to 10,000 patents around critical mineral extraction. And China has a professional body called Chinese Society for Rare Earths, which has 150,000 people as members. So this is an equivalent body that I am trying to kind of, create. I'm looking forward to, in fact, I spoke to my good friend, Professor Akbar, that we should get more Indonesian universities who are working in the similar area, at least as a community of practice, that we come together to solve some of the problems. So I think that's where I'm going to kind of stop. So here are some of my final thoughts. Sovereign interference is one of the greatest risks when it comes to critical minerals because 98% supply chain control is not good, whether it is China or whether it is India, whether it is any other country. So we need to have a similar story like copper, for example. And we need to work in collaboration, not in competition. Because the climate crisis is real and it's not going to stop. So in order for us to achieve the 2060, 2050, 2070, for example, India has set up 2070 as a target. We all need to come together and agree to work together on shared commitments or shared goals. And yeah, so the last graphic, a critical mineral can become a mineral if you have got collaboration, if you've got ESG compliance, you've got transparency, you've got education, recycling, which my friend Akbar just spoke about, collaboration, policy and marketing, our EV friend has spoke about, and R&D, very important. So I think with that, perhaps I'm going to say thank you. And again, once again, Your Excellency, it's really privileged and honored to have been here. And thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Mohan Yelishetty for talking about the securing energy futures and the role of Indonesia and Australia in these transitions. So before I open the floor for the questions and answer sessions, so I would like to take a moment to invite Mrs. Nicole Henry, Consular from the Australian Embassy in Jakarta, to share a few words on the latest developments in the Indonesia-Australia cooperations on the EV developments. So yeah, please come on stage and the time is yours.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here today. It's a pleasure, Pak Siswo, and having my ambassador here. I am here specifically and purposefully to address the issues that have been raised today and look at how we can actually build and deepen that cooperation and collaboration. So it was my role as councillor is to implement the EV mechanism that has been agreed by our leaders, recognising all of the points that have been spoken about in terms of what we need for the clean energy transition, what we need for transport, how we can actually do this together. And the enthusiasm and opportunity that is well recognised amongst the community. It is now how we actually translate that and galvanise the opportunities so that we can present that to government in a way that they say, yes, let's do this, and send those signals to the private sector to deepen that engagement and involvement. So we've had the leadership really send a clear signal, and the MOU has 4 primary work streams. It has a focus on the supply chain and value chain, and looking at what we just looked at from all the way upstream to all the way downstream, the infrastructure that's required. We have ESG, R&D, what are those business-to-business opportunities, and what is the role of governments working together to underpin that and pull that through. We have a consultancy underway at the moment where we are progressing to map out those points of mutual benefit along the whole ecosystem where it makes sense for Indonesia and Australia to partner together. I would like to ask the audience to consider me the front door for these particular things. I'm here to help this community build that research capability, working together, Australia and Indonesia, to pull that through. Another example is in the research space. We have, and Ambassador Williams mentioned this morning, we've committed $2 million to research projects. We have 2 that are signed and underway, one through ITB here on battery recycling, and we have one that is around transport and buses and looking at digital twins and how we actually reconfigure some of our cities to take up that opportunity. And when we were having the conversation around Bali, it made me think of the tourism agenda around the other, 9 additional Balis, I had the pleasure of going to Labuan Bajo recently and thinking, how can we get this right from the beginning with all of the elements that we've just spoken about today? So looking at how we can use these programs that are available to us to focus on meeting some of those goals to support Indonesia and Australia in the clean energy future. There is one project that we are just in the final stages on looking at, and I was really heartened by the nickel industry's big sign that said headache. The tailings are a headache, because the third project that we're using to kickstart our work together is on tailings, and we're just in the process of looking at that now. So there are a couple of examples of work that is underway. Really heartened around the research component that we've just spoken about. I think it's critical, we have to do that. But also important is the role of standards and regulation in this space. So want to make sure that once we're looking at the research and we're looking at those commercial opportunities and we're thinking about ESG and what is the role of government here, that relationship with standards and trade facilitation and market access becomes fundamentally important. So if I could leave you with probably two messages, I'm here to specifically do this and work with you. And two, we are making really solid progress in implementing this agreement and working as that front door. I wanted to see how we can galvanise action and realise these opportunities for our mutual benefit sooner rather than later. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentations today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Nicole Henry, for the update informations about the cooperations, the latest cooperations of the EV developments between Indonesia and Australia. Now we will open the floor for the questions and answer session. So for the attendants that actually stay in the room, so you can actually raise your hand if you have questions. And for the participants attending in the Zoom, so you can actually also give a comments in the chat box, or you can actually also raise hand. So I will give the opportunity after the offline participants give a questions. Yeah. So maybe for the first sessions, I'll give 3 questions from the floors, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Yudi Stopo from Faculty of Engineering, Universitas 11 Maret. We would like to ask, first maybe to Professor Mohan, that already established the consortium of Indonesia Pacific Critical Mineral Research. Of course, maybe this is new for us in University of 11 Maret, but we have so many faculty member that has research about material. UNS also have a mini plan that can try to make from material to cathodes until we make a cell. After that, from a cell, we also make a pack battery and try to running some application, for example, motorcycle, and then also electric motor, electric vehicle, and so on. In the case of that, we have experiences to make a startup to downstreaming the research result. Is it possible to UNS formally join in the consortium, and what kind of the requirement that we would like to prepare to join in the consortium? The second one, maybe from to the nickel company. Of course, because of we are in Indonesia, one of researcher maybe not only, we also already maybe have a good relationship between UNS and IDB to conduct research together, and we have so many IPR, not only in the material itself, but also in the function of the material to conduct to make a sell and pack. Is it possible also to maybe make a collaboration to try not in the mini plant but join in the industry research base, so trade to the market like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Mustopo.
Wahyudi
Pak
from
Wahyudi.
Faculty of Engineering UNS.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Wahyudi. I'll try to keep it first, and if there's any questions from the floor, so maybe 2 questions. Is there any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Pak Hotden about nickel mining and smelting. What are your estimates of total nickel reserves in Indonesia today? I had heard from sources at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources that there were some 2 billion tonnes of reserves left. But under the latest work plans that have been approved, I think there are 250 million tonnes per annum being extracted. So if we do the math, there's only a few years left of nickel in the country. Is there a problem of over mining nickel? Has this been too big an ambition, if you like, moved too quickly by the country?
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe last questions? Is there any more questions? Or maybe from the Zoom? Is there any questions from the Zoom? Okay, so there is actually a question from Cahyani Widilara Sakti. So regarding the cheap nickel boom in Indonesia has been reportedly wiped Australia's long-running nickel centers in Western Australia. So does this signpost of the end of Australian nickel, and how's the futures of the bilateral partnerships in these sectors? Yeah. So maybe this questions is assigned for Pak Manurung, yeah, and also Prof Mohan. Yeah. So maybe we can actually address this question from the Zoom first. From Prof Mohan, please.
So I think am I answering this question first? Yeah. So my take is we should work in collaboration, not in competition. So what Australia is good at should concentrate on what it is doing and what Indonesia can do in terms of the downstream processing. So perhaps if we go the way that the High Commissioner suggested, the Ambassador suggested in his talk, that spodumene can come to Indonesia, where you got processing capabilities, you got skilled people, and competitive labor market. And then you enrich that to the lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate, and then send it back to Australia for EV uptake. So I think that's a very logical way rather than working in competition. Again, the other important thing which has come up quite often was ESG standards. So when you have good ESG standards that people live up to, especially when you are operating mines, when you are operating processing plants. So because that's one of the important determinant, because you may be focusing on short-term maximization, but you are missing on long-term optimization story. So we need to keep both short-term and medium-term to long-term view in that all the stakeholders would be benefited. So perhaps my view is we should work in collaboration, we should work in not in competition. And that, again, it's value-based, it's complementarity-based, as the Ambassador has said in his initial remarks at the opening.
Okay, from Pak Manurung, is there any opinions about the questions, please? Oh, enough? Okay, so maybe goes to the first question from Pak Wahyudi, from UNS. So regarding the research hubs, from the Indo-Pacific Research Hub from Prof Mohan. So whether there is actually any chance to get the collaborations, as well as from the nickel industries regarding the collaborations in joint industry research. Yeah. So please, Pak Manurung.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Pak. And I do believe Nickel Industry Limited have a plan for that, and we are very welcome because, as you know, that let's back from by ASG because currently nickel industry hold the best of the ASG towards until 2023, and we already hope also for scholarship, especially for the research joint. I do believe that will be for the next plan for ASG. But however, currently, even we have a factory, but not owned by nickel industry. But if you think that we're gonna join a joint in your lab, and you need, like say, raw materials, of course we can supply that. Yeah, sure, we can supply that because, let's say, when I'm back from Canada last 2 months, and also, let's say, Prof. Philip Mackey, who I showed before, when I present that in the Canada, he say, could I got, let's say, 200 kilograms to conduct some research about the nickels. And when I talk this, when I show this case to the nickel industry leaders, of course we can. We are happy for that. We are open for the research and developing, of course. But let's wait maybe for because we plan to build our own laboratory also. So when we have it, that will be a good moment for us for the partnership. I do believe that. And also here, standing 3 persons on your left is our ASG leaders. Of course, he's agree with that because we do have a lot of ASG plan, and one collaboration between company and university, I do believe is that will be a good for us, for all the parties to stand together.
Okay, thank you, Pak Manurung. So, Prof. Mohan, do you have any comments regarding the chance and also the requirements to join the Indo-Pacific Research Hubs?
Yeah. So, thank you, Professor Sutopo, for that very valid question. So, the way that what I'm envisioning with this Indo-Pacific Consortium is we again collaborate because R&D is one of the very key components in entire critical mineral value chain. As I said, Chinese Society for Rare Earths, 100,000 members, professional members, which includes scientists like you and me, academics, which includes professionals like our industry colleagues from EVs and the nickel industries, and government, very important stakeholder. So when everyone comes together, the synergistic effect is unimaginable, what we can achieve together. So within a country, when you have such a group, the cohesive group that works for a common cause, they can achieve wonders. So they filed 11,000 patents is a testament in 1 year. So if I ask you whether you have a similar consortium within Indonesia, do you know how many people work within critical minerals research, whether it is recycling, whether it is cathode material or anode material, or whether it is mining or tailings or processing? So it is good to get that database to start off, and then when you have these kind of IPs, intellectual property libraries, what you would do is you don't do the same thing that I'm doing in my lab, because until you publish your work, I don't know what you're working on. And likewise, same thing with my side. So when you have these IP libraries, you would rather invest your time, resources, and money on the topics that would be fast-tracking our research findings and also the translation of research from lab to land. So when we work with industries, we know what industries need, and we pitch in that proposal. We solve that problem so that it can see commercialization very, very quickly without too much delay. But if you look at, universities are good at anywhere between 1 to 4 TRLs, technology readiness levels. And research labs like, BRIN, they are good at taking from 3 to 5, say. And industries like these, they can kind of commercialize. So when we work in tandem for a common cause, I think we can achieve wonders in what we want to. So again, coming to Indo-Pacific Consortium, that's an idea. And again, you and I have to talk. We have to talk together. We have to engage with our industries. We have to engage with our governments, and then see how best we can take it even running symposiums like this, so where we share knowledge, so that you know what's happening on the other side of the world. Even within your own world, for example, University of Indonesia may be doing same work as ITB is doing, and your university is doing. So we need to get that understanding clear so that we don't duplicate the work. We use our resources very optimum, because our climate crisis is one of the main drivers in here. That's real, and we must act upon it. So again, we have got His Excellency Ambassador here. So probably this is something that it is also in the government's kind of purview. And also we have Ms. Henry from Australian Embassy here. So probably it's both the governments, like the way that we enable this partnership between Australia and India. So it's Australia and Indonesia. And we are currently in discussions with Australia, Vietnam. So, and Australia has, Monash University has a presence in Malaysia. So it becomes a very natural partnership. So we want to make this really realized in a year's time. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think the key point is actually the collaborations between the academia, industry, and also the governments. Yeah. So the academia is actually for the TRL, low TRL, yeah, from TRL 1 maybe until 4 or 5, and also from the industry is actually for the commercialization to boost up, yeah, the proof of concept that is actually get it from the research stage, and also the government is as a policymakers, yeah. So I think it's very important to boost these collaborations. Okay, so the last question is from, sorry, Mr. Okay, so from Asia Link, is it correct? Yeah. So yeah, so maybe from Pak Manurung, do you want to have a comments? Pak, nggak tahu, Asia Link.
Apologize, the name. Apologize your name, Prof. Your name, Prof? Don. Okay, thank you, Prof. Don. Apologize, I'm not really hear your name. So thank you for the good question, Prof. Apologize, can you show my PPT?
You want to hear the question again, do you? Oh, the slide. Oh, okay.
So thank you for the question. Based on my understanding that if you mine all the nickel, so how long time that we can got it, is it right, Prof? Yep. So based on the latest data from, let's say, when I have the book, the Nickel Indonesia and Renewable Energy from ITB. Prof siapa namanya Pak? Yang tambang, yang dosen tambang. Irwandi. Yeah, Prof Irwandi. He's professor from mining ITB, and also another one from the Energy and Ministry of Indonesia data. So I got the data on the 2020 that the total of the resource and reserve from Indonesia is 143 million ton and 49 million ton respectively for the resource and reserves. And let's say if we calculate to the timeline, let's say lifetime for the nickel processing, we can divide it based on how we process that nickel. Let's say if you want to process using RKEF, let's say blast furnace and electric furnace, at least it's 1.7, right? So if we calculate based on the nickel concentrate, each nickel will have a different lifetime. So if you want RKEF 1.7 up, and another, currently we can also achieve 1.5 to 1.7 as a different mine, a different lifetime. And also if let's say high pressure acid leaching SPIL, which is acceptable 1.15 to 1.3. And as you know, the highest resource is 143 billion is dominated by low grade of limonite, which is, let's say 1.0 to 0.8. So if we open the book from the government of the ministry, let's say 1.7 is lack of the resource currently because already mined by the INCO time as I saw here, because the top is INCO time until this time, when he changed it to the Fale. So on the book, the 2.0, 1.7 is already less. Let's say, I don't really remember the lifetime. And let's say for the 1.5 to 1.7 or 1.7 up, it's around 10 years or more based on the two book. And for the SPIL project, let's say low-grade nickel ore, 1.3 to 1.15, it could be 20 years more. Because all that book already explained it well based on the nickel concentrate on the raw materials. And from my point of view, as we can see here that here, 143 million of ton. When I conduct my master at the Gadjah Mada University, and with Prof. Bayu, we already think that how to process 1.0 less, how to process the nickel ore, which contain 1.0 less. And probably already discussed with him, probably maybe Prof. Rahman, probably maybe accept me as a PhD student for conduct this, because from my point of view, I would like to how to process the 0.8 to 1%, maybe not HPAL, but add something more on it, combination for both or something, add something on it, how to process a low grade. So this is my point of view, Prof. Tom?
It's very easy for me to get bamboozled by all of the technical speak, so I lack the expertise. But my bottom line question, I suppose, is the current pace of exploitation of nickel mining on a sustainable pathway. There have been a lot of operations that have started up in recent years, some of better quality than others. Do you feel the industry is on a sustainable pathway?
How do maybe Pastor shorten the question, Prof, because I'm not clear understood what's the purpose of the question.
Is the industry on a sustainable pathway?
Sustainable pathway.
Sustainable. Yes, sir. This process,
From a production point of view, of course.
for the production, you mean, Prof? Yep. There will be a big homework, I think, how to make us sustainable. And currently, I cannot answer that.
Okay.
I apologize. But just this is my point of view, how to process that, because sometimes also I communicate with our exploration, how much do we have the ore with concentrate 1.0 less, because a lot of raw ore, which is 1.0 to 8, which is need to be removed before we mine the low grade and high grade. And of course, it needs a lot of land. And what we are thinking is, what about if we process this before we mine the high grade? So we don't need to put it on, let's say, on the stockpile or yard, but we process it included. That's something what I discussed with my, because currently until now I'm still communicating with my professor in Yogyakarta how to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So is there any other questions? Okay, so 1, 2. So maybe last session is that because the time is actually limited. So 2 more questions here from the floor, please. Yeah. So please state the names and also affiliations, as well as the question is actually assigned to the specific speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Tazar from Nickel Industries Limited. I'm a college of Hotden Manurung. So maybe I don't have questions, but I just want to add what Pak Hotden has said. So in terms of nickel reserve, I think that the previous chart that was on the nickel metal equivalent. So I think Prof. Eden, sorry if I mistakenly spell your name. In terms of nickel ore reserves, I think we have around 5 billion tons, but it's nickel ores. So nickel metal, just I think around 50 million tons, I think roughly 1% from the total. And whether it's sustainable or not, I think now the Indonesia is developing a integrated ecosystem. So we are not just building the nickel minings, nickel processings, but now we are also having like the battery recycling and battery manufacturing. So in the upcoming years, we will be able to produce battery is to produce more stainless steel from the recycled products. So I think by doing this way, we could be more sustainable and be ready. And I think just a short comment as well about the competition between Australia and Indonesia that Prof. Mohan has answered earlier. So I would say that we are a real example, a concrete model on how Australia and Indonesia can collaborate. We were established in 2007, as Pak Hotden said, but we were listed in 2018, roughly 6 years ago. And we were able to raise up to $3 billion in capital from Australia to build a nickel processing plant, to develop the nickel mining in Indonesia. So what I want to say is we can bring the best of best practices from Australia, the capital from Australia as well, develop the mines, the smelters in Indonesia. And we are one of the concrete examples and by far the largest Australian investment in Indonesia. So I think by doing this, I hope it can reduce the tensions as well. And yeah, again, I think we should see this as an opportunity to collaborate instead of the competition. So that's what I want to say. I think, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Please, Pak Sarung. Pak, ini Pak. Yang di depan, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I just would like to add more information for VD, the question from the online on the Indonesian nickel and Australian nickel. And I agree, Pak Mohan already mentioned that it's not about competition, but it's about more collaboration. So for instance, Australian government has issued new policy after the meeting in Perth. Number one, that Australian nickel now is listed on the critical mineral. Yeah. So by listing Australian nickel into critical mineral, they are going to have more leniency on the taxation and royalty and so on. Yeah. And number three, the government of Australia is going to help the nickel companies in Australia to find the premium market. So we can go parallel. But at the same time, every problem can also create potential cooperation among partners. So for instance, we still have problem. If you look at the IMD Competitiveness Index, Indonesian competitiveness has been rising from rank 40 into 27. Nevertheless, we still have some components that are really very low in the ranking, like environment, education, this among the example. So if the ESG we have problem, the example come from Professor Akbar, because Swinburne University and BRIN, they already have the MOU for higher degree research on various aspects of the battery. Indonesian company like Buma already have a very good cooperation with Queensland University to address various aspects of mining. So on ESG, we can tap more benefit from the Australian side, learning together and improve it. And in so doing, then we can improve even better our rise on the competitiveness index. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So maybe I have my last questions for Professor Akbar and also Professor Yan. So regarding the zero emission lithium recycling batteries, so can you please to elaborate more? So what is the meaning of the zero emission? It means that the process is not actually produce the significant amounts of the emissions. And for Mr. Yan, I have a questions regarding the growth of the fuel cell electric vehicles currently, because the hydrogens, as we know, that become one of the prospective clean energy in the future. Yeah, so there will be kind of the competitiveness between the fuel cell electric vehicles and battery electric vehicles. So can you give a comments about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Hendra. So the idea of the process is, so we are engaging Australian company called Calix. So Calix has a technology where it's actually it's a calciner, right? But they're using electricity to heat up the calcination process. So the idea is if you use green energy to power that electricity. So first, from the perspective of heating, you don't generate any CO2. So that's the first thing. So we use that technology for transforming spodumene into these intermediate products, lithium carbonates and lithium hydroxide. And the next step after that is we are working together with CSIRO to further process this to make lithium. So they have a technology called lead sonic, where they're reacting the lithium oxide with carbon, right? And with a sophisticated quenching mechanism. So it's actually quenching at supersonic speed. So they are able to get the metal, so there's no reaction back. Now, the thing that's going to bring into that sort of process is we're trying to apply the metallothermic process, approach in that process. So overall, we're trying to eliminate all the carbons, and in the end, we have zero emission. So we are also trying to get investment to increase the TRL level. So that's also something that we are doing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sion, please.
Okay, with regards to hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, right, I think it's a very interesting question because actually in major markets in the world right now, I think the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle is not widely adopted in the consumer space. And actually one of the key reasons is that it's actually very costly to set up hydrogen refilling stations. I think, but obviously there's benefits using hydrogen fuel because unlike an EV where you're charging the vehicle and could potentially take more than 30 minutes to charge, a hydrogen filling station is basically similar, like you're filling your gasoline, which is much faster. But really right now, the current usage on this hydrogen fuel cell is really on the heavy commercial vehicle space. And I believe even in Australia, there has been advancements in that area in the Queensland state as well as New South Wales on that stretch. And I think that's where I think certain long haul trips, that's where this hydrogen fuel cell is more relevant. And I think from a transportation sector perspective, I think the advancement really comes from the advancement in chemicals in the battery cells. And I think that one's, and we just talked about, this mineral conservation, etc., right? I think the different composition in terms of the cathodes and the anodes, especially advancements in anodes in terms of adding silicon oxides on the graphite side of the anode can potentially increase energy density, and that could be the lowest cost of increasing the energy density of a vehicle. So I think from an industry perspective, it's really about driving a balance between cost, effectiveness, and the performance of the cells. And I think that's probably where the industry will be advancing from a wide consumer space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So I think that's it for the first sessions. Yeah. So as we close these sessions, I would like to thank all of the speakers once again for their excellent contributions and all of the attendees for engagement. So please give a round big applause for the speakers. So I'll give back the stage to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give once again a warm applause for the panel session 1. And we would like to kindly invite the moderator and also to the panelists to kindly join us in the photo session. So would you please kindly stand up in the middle of the stage? And I would like to invite the documentation team to capture this moment. Gentlemen, please allow me to guide the moment. So I would like to count 1 to 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. So let's give a warm applause for this panel session 1, focusing on carbon capture and also storage. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we believe that you have gained valuable insights and knowledge from this panel session 1. And once again, we would like to say thank you to Dr. Hendra, and thank you, and you may return to your seat. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a very amazing moment in which we got a very insightful knowledge from the prominent speakers in the panel session 1 on carbon capture and storage. And there actually a change of schedule to the time or lunch timing, the coming of lunch time. So we would like to change the schedule for the panel session 2, which will be started next after the lunch session. So we would like to invite all of you to enjoy lunch for now and kindly return to the main room at 12:30 as we will continue to the next panel session. In the next panel session, there will be the topic on CCS as industry presented by Mr. David Lim, BSc Hans, MSc, as the CEO Carbon Aceh. And also there will be CCS, the Australian experience delivered by Professor John Caldi, Chief Scientist, CO2 CRC, which will be delivered in a virtual mode by the Zoom meeting. And also there will be the topic of development of Center for Excellence or CCS Technology will be presented by Dr. Renat Insinyur R. Muhammad Rahmat from Bandung Institute of Technology. And in the next panel session 2 will be presented or will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Donald Greenlist, as the Senior Advisor at Asia Link. So ladies and gentlemen, for now, would like to kindly invite all of you to enjoy the lunch, the traditional cuisine prepared by the committee, which is located just outside of this ballroom. And also would like to kindly invite all of you to kindly return back at 12:30 for continuing the next panel session. So ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the moments of building network, enjoy the lunch, and bon appetit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the next session, that is panel session 2, focusing on carbon capture and storage, which will be moderated by Dr. Donald Greenlees as a senior advisor at AsiaLink, will be started in no hours. So we'd like to kindly invite all of the participants and also esteemed guests to kindly return to the main room as we were about to start the panel session 2, focusing on carbon capture and also storage in no hours. And of course, before starting the session, would like to encourage every one of you to be in your most comfortable position and also to turn your mobile phone into silent mode. Thank you. Tapi sudah disampaikan Pak, tadi beliau akan mention. So ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, that is panel session 2, will be starting. So we'd like to once again kindly everyone to return back to the room as we're about to start the session now. And before starting the session, we'd like to encourage everyone to be in your most comfortable position and also to kindly turn your mobile phone into silent mode. Thank you. Di Zoom aman, Pak? Posisi kamera aman? Aman? Bisa mulai, Pak? Oke, aman. Mulai ya, Pak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the next session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Australia Update 2024. And we hope you enjoyed your lunch and also have a wonderful time during the lunch time. And of course, to build stronger networks with other colleagues and also researchers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to kick off now. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for panel session 2, focusing on carbon capture and storage, Dr. Donald Greenlees, Senior Advisor at AsiaLink. Dr. Donald Greenlees is a senior advisor at AsiaLink. Dr. Greenlees is a distinguished journalist, author, and advisor with over 20 years of experience in East Asia, focusing on international political and business affairs. His early career in Canberra saw him covering significant political developments under the Hawke, Keating, and Howard governments for major Australian media outlets like The Australian and ABC Lateline. Dr. Greenlees also worked internationally, serving as a correspondent for prominent publications, including The Independent and New York Times, and co-authoring the influential book Deliverance, which delves into East Timor crisis and its broader geopolitical implications. And Dr. Greenlees holds a Ph.D. in International Political and Strategic Studies from the Australian National University and a Master's in International Relations from Deakin University. Since 2010, he has advised multinational firms and high net worth individuals on complex business and political challenges in Southeast Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Donald Greenlees.
Well, welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and especially an honour to be undertaking an event with His Excellency Siso Pramono. Great to see you again, sir. I will do this a little bit more informally, so rather than introduce our speakers from here, I suggest that we all just come up and take a seat, and I will introduce you and we will get on with the panel discussion. David, please come up. I think we're still waiting for Dr. Rahmat to return, but he should be with us shortly. And then we will have John Kaili coming to us from the University of Adelaide via Zoom. John's a little bit short on time today, so I will try to allow him to speak first, and let's see how long he can stay around for the question and answer session. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me? I can't tell whether I'm coming across, so someone needs to tell me that you guys can hear me. Hello, check 1, 2. Don, can you hear me? There we are. That's me. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Host has disabled the participant screen sharing. Could the host re-able the participant screen sharing, please?
Okay, John, so we're still waiting for one of our participants, Dr. Rahmat Sule, to join us. And I think I see him coming now. My intention was to make a few opening remarks and then turn to each of you to make a short presentation. And I will try to come to you first, John, because I know that your time is short. And I'll endeavour to let you get away as early as you can.
That's great, Don. The host needs to enable me to share the screen once we get to my turn, okay?
I think we have a very able technical team here who will manage all of that.
Good. Okay, excellent.
Sir, would you please kindly return this because it's not really reasonable?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No problem, we'll get underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining this this session on carbon capture and storage. I thought it might be helpful if I made a few introductory comments about CCS and then turn to each of our speakers to make a presentation and in acknowledgement of the time pressures that John faces, I'll go to John first. But before I do that, I just want to set the scene a little bit, if I can. And I think CCS is clearly a very promising technology. It promises to make a very big difference to the challenge of reducing CO2 and reducing emissions, meeting global climate change targets. Indeed, many experts think that it will be indispensable to the achievement of emission reduction targets. The International Energy Agency predicts the world will need to store 1.2 gigatons of carbon dioxide by 2030 and 6.2 gigatons by 2050 to meet global emission reductions targets. Indeed, some Australian government agencies assert there is a scientific consensus that it will be almost impossible to reach net zero emissions by 2050 without a significant scale up in CCS capacity. But carbon capture, utilisation and storage is not without numerous critics. politicians with strong environmental convictions, some academics and activists say CCS does not work and that it risks shifting the focus away from the need to reduce fossil fuel consumption. One of the more interesting critics is the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. He was reported as telling a climate conference in Bonn last year that CCS lets fossil fuel emitters, the big oil and gas companies particularly, off the hook and makes them simply more efficient planet wreckers. In reference to CCS, he said, we are hurtling towards disaster, eyes open, with too many willing to bet on wishful thinking, unproven technologies, and silver bullet solutions. So CCS has a bit of an image problem, but it also has plenty of advocates. And in any case, CCS utilisation is on the rise. The International Energy Agency says there are 112 CCS projects, storage hubs rather, under development around the world, and they will have a storage capacity of 280 million tonnes by 2030. Now, Indonesia and Australia have key roles to play because of their geological characteristics, a long history in oil and gas production resulting in significant numbers of depleted wells and saline aquifers that lend to storage offshore of CO2. But nonetheless, there are numerous technical, investment, regulatory challenges to fulfilling ambitions for CCS and their ability to play a big part in emissions reduction. These include issues like a paucity of rules on cross-border trade, agreement on rigorous accounting standards to determine tradable carbon credits. So we have three outstanding experts with us here today to explore those issues. Firstly, John Kaili, who's coming to us from Adelaide via Zoom. He is Professor of Petroleum Geology and Engineering at the Australian School of Petroleum at the University of Adelaide. He holds the South Australia Chair in Carbon Capture and Storage, and he's particularly well placed to provide a comparative perspective on CCS between Indonesia and Australia and the opportunities for enhanced cooperation between the two countries in this field, because he is also an adjunct professor here at ITB. To my right, we have Mr. David Lim, who's Managing Director and CEO of Carbonace, which is planning to redevelop the depleted Arun gas field, once operated by ExxonMobil, as a storage hub. David has 36 years of international reservoir engineering experience. He has specialist skills in the field of development planning, reservoir engineering, CO2 sequestration and simulation. And he started his career with Shell and has been assigned in Shell operating companies in Norway, Brunei, and as a secondee at Woodside. I think David is very well placed to provide us a practical perspective on the challenges faced by industry in developing the full potential of CCS. And finally, and certainly not least, we have Dr. Mohammed Rahmat Sooleh, a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Energy here at the Bandung Institute of Technology. Dr. Rahmat teaches several courses in the geopolitical engineering and geothermal engineering study programs. He received his BSc and MSc in geophysics from ITB and went on to obtain a Ph.D. in geophysics from Karlsruhe Institute, I hope I got that correct, in Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany in 2004. Among other roles, he's the manager of Indonesia's National Centre of Excellence for CCS and Carbon Capture Utilisation and Storage, and the manager of the Centre for CO2 and Flared Gas Utilisation of ITB. So with that, I propose to give the floor to John Kaili, who will make a a brief presentation, and then we can go through our other speakers and turn to questions. Are you hearing us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm just wondering if my share screen is working for you. Okay, can you see that, Don? Can you see the
All I'm
screen?
seeing is myself at the moment, but
okay, let's see if you're wizards
okay.
of
Now I am.
IT. Have we got the screen share working?
Yes, it looks like. Yep.
Okay, brilliant. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate with you. And whoops. Let's go back to that one. There it is. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Australian experience on this panel here. I'm going to go through what is CCS, what is CCUS. I'm going to try to reply to some of the comments you just made, Don, about the anti-CCS folks. Then I'll talk about the projects in Australia. What are the drivers for CCS, CCUS, our incentives and disincentives, and touch upon some of the regulatory and legal frameworks for CCS, CCUS in Australia. Let's get started. I'm representing the CO2 CRC, which is one of the world leaders in applied CCS, CCUS research. The research is done for commercially relevant demonstrations. CO2 CRC built the first of a kind plant and developed industry-leading technology options. We own and operate the Otway International Test Center in Southwest Victoria. Anyone who's ever going to Melbourne, you're welcome to come down along the Great Ocean Road and visit the center. Okay, the CO2 CRC's trained over 60 PhDs, published more than 400 peer-reviewed papers, and we've had anywhere between 40 and 180 researchers participating in our research programs at any one time. Of course, this doesn't come for free. We are sponsored by a number of organizations, and we appreciate the contributions that they all make. Don, I just want to let you know, the main feeling of people who are in the know about CCS is that it's part of a portfolio. We don't say it's a silver bullet. It's part of a portfolio of climate mitigation options. But one of the things about CCS, it's proven. There's more than 50 operating projects, commercial scale projects as we speak. It's safe, never had any accidents. It's reliable. And you know what? It's necessary. The carbon abatement and climate benefits of CCS are immediate, they're permanent, and they are large scale. So what is it? What is CCS? Well, it's for those of you in the audience that aren't familiar with CCS, it's the process whereby we capture the CO2 from some source, be it a power plant, a steel mill, an ammonia plant, transport it to a sink, in other words, a geological reservoir, inject it into that reservoir to prevent it from reaching the atmosphere. And CCS is important in that it features prominently in the Paris Agreement, COP21, the Glasgow Accord ratifying COP21, which was at COP26, the IEA and IPCC's, that's the International Energy Agency, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 2-degree scenario, and also the oil and gas industry's climate initiative. The OGCI is a group of 13 major oil and gas companies who are committed to spending billions of dollars on decreasing emissions, and part of those spends are on developing CCS. One of the important things to remember is that CCS is the only, let me repeat, it's the only technology available to reducing emissions from industrial sources such as cement, steel, ammonia, gas processing. Whereas we can probably use renewables to generate electricity, we cannot use renewables to augment our cement, steel, ammonia, gas processing. Those create emissions, and CCS is the only technology we have to reduce those from those very, very necessary sources. Well, the CCS that we use applies existing, proven technologies, but does so in innovative ways to help reduce emissions. CCUS, carbon capture utilization and storage, the economic utilization of those emissions. If I showed a value chain for CCS, we'd start with a source of the CO2. That could be a power station, that could be a cement plant, a steel mill, an ammonia factory. It doesn't matter whether this power station is fueled by coal, biomass, or gas. The emissions from these sources go to some CO2 hub where the CO2 is captured and separated from the other gases, compressed, transported, and injected into the subsurface for safe, permanent storage. I'll go over the components here. Capture and separation, that's the greatest cost. If we can reduce those costs, then CCS would be a lot more viable. Compression and transport, well, this is the best understood component of the CCS value chain. Why? Because we've been compressing CO2 into a supercritical dense phase for over 75 years, transporting it by pipeline, by truck, by train, by ship for about the same period of time. So we are pretty comfortable with this technology. The last one is the CO2 injection and the storage. And this is the one where we've got probably the greatest uncertainty. I'm not going to mince any words. We do not know 100% what's in the subsurface. This is the domain of geoscientists and reservoir engineers who try to find best ways to understand the subsurface, so we are decreasing that uncertainty, decreasing the risk of storage. So let's talk about what's happening with the CCS movement in Australia. The industry is moving rapidly from a very long, slow-moving, R&D focused period to a rapidly moving, project-centric rollout phase. Many projects are based around the recently awarded offshore greenhouse gas storage acreage. Okay, it's probably the first country that has gazetted specific acreage for the unique purpose of storing CO2. And you can see the awards. I'm not going to go over them. Which basin they're in, which company's taken out the licenses, and how much those licenses cost in years 1 through 3 and years 4 through 6. The new projects are going to be of different sizes, and the larger projects are going to have rollouts over 7 to 8 years. And after that, there are probably going to be even more greenhouse gas exploration gazettals. So I'm going to just go over very quickly a timeline here. 2003, 2004, there was only one project, the CO2 CRCS project. 2006, we got a couple of more. 2007, developing more. 2008, 4 projects in total. 2010, up to 7 projects. 2011, 2012, 5 total projects because a couple have disappeared. 2014 got down to 4 again, 15 down to 3, okay? Then we're moving up again, back up to 4 by 2018, 2019, 2020, we back up to 5 projects, 2021, 7 projects when we legislated net zero, and 2023, we're up to 17 projects. So that's the history of CCS. Australia set that development of the 43% emissions reductions by 2030 and introduced the SGM, which is the strategic, I'll get to that in a minute. I forgot the acronym. Okay, so this is what we look like in 2024. As you can see, now there are 17 projects, only 1 operational project, which is the Gordon project, 1 project in Central Australia, which is the Moomba CCS project, which has taken out FID, and then there's 17 other projects. I'm not going to spend time on all of these, but I do want to touch upon the Gorgon because that's the one that is actually an operational project. Okay, so Gorgon, it's a $60+ billion joint venture, LNG, operated by Chevron, but partners with Shell, ExxonMobil, and minor partners, some of the Japanese companies. It's located in the northwest corner of the northwest shelf of Australia, and the idea is that there's an LNG plant on a Barrow Island, and that's producing LNG for export. Now, the gas that is used for the LNG contains CO2, and the CO2 needs to be gotten rid of. It's a 10 million ton per year LNG plant, and that CO2 content in the gas stream needs to be gotten rid of. In the past, it used to be vented to the atmosphere. However, the plant is on Barrow Island in Western Australia, which is a Class A nature reserve, which does not permit any kind of pollution. Okay, therefore, the regulator required that the CO2 be captured from the natural gas and instead of vented to the atmosphere, injected into and stored in the subsurface as a condition for the regulator approving the LNG project. So this led to the WA government, the Western Australia government, establishing the one-off Barrow Island Act. What are the drivers in Australia? Well, we've got incentives and we've got disincentives, taxes and penalties. We don't have taxes anymore. Those were gotten rid of in 2014. So what are the incentives? Well, we've got these things called Australian Carbon Credit Units, or ACCUs. These are financial instruments awarded to eligible energy efficiency, renewable energy generation, and carbon sequestration, capture and storage projects that result in the reduction of greenhouse gases. 1 ACCU represents the avoidance or the removal of 1 ton of CO2 equivalent. The catalyst for greater ACCU demand would be to allow the ACCUs to be purchased and transferred to international carbon registers as suggested by Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. At the moment, they are not fungible, they're not tradable internationally. They do have an internal spot price for ACCUs, and It's varied over time, but today's, I checked just before this meeting, is at 37 Aussie dollars per ton. Okay, so that's a good carrot. The spot price for ACCUs, as you can see, is fluctuate. That's November 2023, and this is today. And you can see the fluctuation ranging from a low of about $32 right up past that $37 mark. The disincentives for employing CCS, well, I mentioned one, the Barrow Island Act, which is the one-off act that said that, all right, Chevron and Shell and ExxonMobil, if you want an LNG project, you're going to have to store the CO2. You can no longer vent it. Okay. We've also got the SGM, which is the safeguard mechanism. The safeguard mechanism requires Australia's highest greenhouse gas emitters to reduce their emissions in line with Australia's overall emission reduction targets of 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to meet net zero by 2050. The safeguard mechanism applies to facilities that emit more than 100,000 tons of CO2 or equivalent. And this includes mining, oil and gas, manufacturing, transport, and the waste industries. Okay? If a facility exceeds their baseline, and this is where I'm afraid that the regulator is a bit wishy-washy, if a facility exceeds their baseline, they must manage any excess emissions without defining what manage any excess emissions means. So regulatory frameworks, well, in Australia, they can be an absolute maze. The greenhouse gas storage industry is moving from the R&D with a low regulatory impact to this major rollout phase for multiple projects, as I mentioned, wherein both the Australian greenhouse gas regulatory system and its regulators are being stress tested with a very, very charged political and social environment. And Don, you got that absolutely right. The greenhouse gas approvals process is new to most regulators, unlike petroleum, which has been regulated for over 75 years. So the regulators are going to be a bit nervous and cautious, and the greenhouse gas approvals process, therefore, is a bit new to them, but it's also relatively new to the industry. The Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, in other words, the law was written in 2005, released in 2006, and then the greenhouse gas regulations were published in 2011. Okay, our science of CCS has advanced a lot since 2005, but unfortunately the act hasn't changed. So there's a real disconnect between the regulatory expectations and the industry's actual technical capabilities. Okay. The primary Commonwealth regulator for CCS offshore is the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority, or NOPSEMA. NOPSEMA has extensive powers that issues directions to CCS title holders and operators. It's responsible for approving or enforcing the environmental plan that every CCS project must submit. No greenhouse gas activity is allowed to commence before NOPSEMA has assessed and accepted an environmental plan from the project title holder that contains the activity's description, what the environmental risks and impacts might be, outlines any relevant environmental performance standards, and provides an implementation strategy for the activity. And by the way, NOPSEMA is the offshore regulator. Each state for onshore has its own regulatory body. And trust me, each state has got something very, very different. Oops, wrong way. So all relevant legislation requires that the proponents of CCS projects demonstrate to the satisfaction of the relevant regulator, whether it's NOPSEMA offshore or the state regulator onshore, that the formations that they plan to use for CCS can safely contain the target volume of the particular greenhouse gas that they plan to inject and store, injected at given locations without leaking or compromising the formation's geotechnical integrity. Australian CCS legislation today empowers regulators to take administrative action when the greenhouse gas substances might leak or might have the potential to leak following their injection. These include powers to direct the proponent to stop injection, cancel their title, and take reasonable steps to remedy the situation should that occur. If the regulator takes steps to remedy a situation, it can draw on the financial security that is required to be provided by the project proponent to cover the costs of those activities. Unfortunately, uncertainty still exists within Australia's CCS frameworks. Various factors cause this uncertainty, including changing regulatory requirements such as the safeguard mechanism, which is just brought in. It keeps getting modified. There's lack of fungibility of the accus to be traded on international markets. And really, there's a lack of guidelines for some approvals, including site closure and post-closure uptake of liability. And that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you guys today. So Terima kasih, thank you very much. Wish I could be there with you in beautiful Bandung. Thank you.
I'll now ask David Lim to offer some comments.
My presentation.
Yes.
Can I have my presentation? My presentation, please. Selamat siang. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Pak Siswo, for inviting me. You have been very, very helpful in our short journey, our journey through the CCS projects. And thank you for inviting me to Bandung. I was asked to come to Bandung once to be a guest lecturer on face behavior and so on, but I never made it. Well, at least I made it. So we are discussing CCS as an industry. So I thought, I've attended many of these type of panel discussions, and very often panel discussions go on about CCS or about their, let's say, centers of excellence and so on. So I thought, why don't I just put in something maybe a little bit contrarian, not totally contrarian. So we talk about CCS as an industry. Actually, CCS is an established industry. It has generated millions of dollars of revenue for universities, research groups, through funds from governments, NGOs, and private enterprise. You saw that wonderful slide that John Kaili showed you. He had everyone and his dog sponsoring CO2 CRC. So, I mean, it's a great business model, yeah? And I must say, I was a recipient of some of the gravy from the gravy train. I worked on the Southwest Hub project. So, yes, it was a great project. We made a lot of money out of it. So, yeah, so I believe it is truly is an established industry. When we talk about it, so there is almost a vested interest to maintain some sort of this self-perpetuating myth that there's so much to learn about, we need to do more work. And what we don't have really is not, CCS is not an established commercial enterprise.
It's not a commercial enterprise which is free of government subsidies. Because in almost every place you go to, CCS industry is a gimme, gimme, gimme. They go to the government and say, give me money, I need to, if you don't give me money, I won't be able to do it. And that is really the issue. What we need to do is get away from this addiction to government money and get away from that addiction and make it a commercial enterprise. So I thought maybe one of the things that could be very similar to what we think a private CCS industry could be, would be SpaceX. You know, SpaceX, remember, if you wanted to launch a rocket, had to be done by the government. Then SpaceX came along. We say, we can do it too. It's a private enterprise, right? And I'm not sure whether they do get any subsidies. But what we need for the industry is a government that can create the regulatory, legal, and commercial environment for a successful CCS project. I know we are struggling, as John Kaili mentioned, and it's true here in Indonesia. Our company has been seriously affected by regulatory issues. So what we also have to move away in industry is we have to move away from this science project mentality. So John went on about after a slow burn of R&D. So we've been spinning our wheels, gazing at our navels for years, studying CCS. So let's look at what it means, right? So is geological storage of CO2 new? Well, the first commercial injection of CO2 was done in 1972. I was in primary school, yeah? So I was in primary school. I've actually worked 38 years in the industry. I've been in 1972. So the people who worked on, some of them I had the privilege of meeting when I was doing my research many years ago on phase behavior. So we've been doing it since 1972. So if someone told you, I've been doing CO2 injection for 1972, but yes, I have a lot to learn as usual, but we still need lots of research institutions, centers of excellence to learn about CO2 injection. You say, that's a bit weird, right? So everything we know about CO2 injection and gas injection, we've been doing gas injection into reservoirs. I cannot remember, certainly way before anyone in this room was born. So what is it about the physics of gas injection? Many of you here are students in ITB who understand fluid flow physics. Name me one thing, I challenge you, name me one thing you know about CO2 flow, gas flow in the reservoir that is so different from CO2. Yeah? That we don't know anything from 1972 or injection of gas into oil and gas reservoirs. So we know, even in terms of depleted gas reservoirs, we have been doing gas storage in depleted gas reservoirs for years. It's well established. We already do it. So if you look at gas storage facilities in the USA, right, we have been storing gas in depleted reservoirs for years. 86% of the so-called gas that is stored during the summer goes into depleted reservoirs. And some even goes to aquifers. So this has gone on for years. So, okay, we now need to know, again, ask that question. I challenge you, tell me what's the difference. So we talk about storage of gas in aquifers. Well, look at the number of storage sites in America. So you see one on the dot on the state of Montana. Well, in the state of Montana, one dot, I was in college when that was going on. And that was 40 years ago or so, or more than 40 years ago. So we stored gas in aquifers 40 years ago. And now we are telling everyone's running around and say, let's have another center of excellence. So there's become this self-perpetuating myth. We need to study more, we need to do this. So that, I think, is one of the challenges. So what are the real challenges? The real challenge, the challenge that I accept is capture of CO2. That is expensive, very expensive. We know that, right? And now the question is, how does it apply to Indonesia? Indonesia has this portion of CO2 capture. It's difficult. It is done by big companies like the Mitsubishis and so on. So you need the industrial base to build the plants. You need the industrial base to do the research to do that. That may be, many years down the road. So if you really want to do something in the CCS space, do that. Bring that down to $2 a ton. Yeah? But you need to do the test facilities. That's going to cost you a bunch. This is the test facility in Mongstad in Norway. It's huge, right? Because they're trying to reduce the cost. Now we look at the next thing, shipping of CO2. Actually, we've been shipping CO2 for a long time. People have been shipping CO2 for a long, long time. But they're tiny boats. They're small ships, right? The big ships haven't been built. The small ships have been built. They ship CO2 across Europe for food purposes, right? So just looking at the big ships now, like something like the one from Mitsubishi, it's estimated at $5 a ton of CO2 per 1,000 kilometers. That's a lot of money. So if you're bringing gas from Japan to store in Indonesia, that's 3,500, 4,000 kilometers. So your shipping costs will be, huge, right? So what John Kaili didn't show you just now was the transportation of CO2 by pipelines. He mentioned that, okay, compression costs, the compression of CO2 was something that we are very comfortable with. What he didn't mention was that transportation by pipelines is also well known. The industry has been shipping CO2. So if you look up a company called Kinder Morgan has 3,000 miles, not kilometers, 3,000 miles of CO2 pipelines. And they ship 25 million tons per year on one of those. So the Cortez pipeline ships 25 million tons of CO2 a year. They've been doing this for 30 years. So what's the magic? There's no magic. We have been doing it. Yeah? The problem we have, and that is a CCS challenge, is communication. We poorly communicate. We communicate very, very poorly. So we are still, even, I had the pleasure of having a meeting with the Sultan of Samudra Pasai. So Arun is in Lok Sumawe, and Samudra Pasai is in that area. And he said, I'd like to talk to you because the people in that area, in Lok Sumawe, are frightened of CO2 because they say, ini racun. Yeah? Ini racun, so they simpan racun. So what we say, but these are people who have hosted oil and gas production for decades, 50 years. But they don't know anything about CO2. To them, it's all new. And we are scaring them because either there's misinformation, there's disinformation. So if we want to have the industry accepted, that's the challenge. You have to go talk to them. I mean, we have to talk to the people. If we have to communicate with the children, we have to tell them that how do we move this forward? How do we educate them? It is a safe process. So rather than saying, let's spend more money, run another simulation case, that's pointless. The point is this, we need to tell people why it is safe. Yeah? Even if we have to make comic books, because one of the objectives when we were planning our study, our project, was that we were going to make comic books, little comics, that we could give out to the children of Aceh to tell them about CO2. But that is one of the challenges. So I've shown you the other challenges, but obviously the huge one is a commercial challenge. So if you look at commercial challenges of the CO2 value chain, the capture costs, we think generally accepted to be about 20 to 110 US dollars per ton per CO2, right? So when we talk about the high cost of CO2, some of it has to do with capture of effectively flue gas. If we have a concentrated stream of CO2, let's say from a high CO2 field, that's a lot easier than capturing CO2 from a little factory, yeah? Because the concentration of CO2 in the flue gas is a lot lower. So that's the expensive bit. I already told you the other bit, which is the shipping bit by boat. And then to make a project economical, it is usually about $20 to $30 a ton of CO2 for compression and storage. So I know we are now in a university, so everyone can add numbers really well. So if you add those numbers, if you take the high end, low end, mid end, you find that you're going to have a hard time making that $60 a ton. This is what Singapore wants to shove down our throats. So what Singapore says, oh, we are going to set a carbon tax with a view to reaching US $38 to $60 a ton. If you look at that line, any half-wit can tell you that it's going to be more than $60 a ton. So where's the money going? So the problem here is that we are now driven by the emitters, right? So Singapore calls it an aspirational carbon tax. It's not even say this is our tax. We aspire to this. So now we are driven by the emitter to say that we want to emit, we want to do this, cost. You guys have to optimize your chain to meet our cost, which is, you know, your problem is that that's absolute nonsense, yeah? That's wrong. So, what we tried to do was convert CCS away from an industry to make it a commercial enterprise, right? So we don't want to be sitting in an institution or university, be sponsored by 25 companies, so we just get a, you know, we don't want to do that. We wanted to make it a commercial enterprise. So, quoting Alexander Pope, an English poet, he said, this may be a case of fools rushing when angels fear to tread. It might be. So we say, well, let's try with Arun. So we signed a joint venture agreement with Tema. It's a BUMD in Aceh. And we wanted to redevelop the depleted Arun gas field for CO2 storage. It could be the first commercial. In fact, it was the first commercial CCS project that was proposed in Indonesia. Right? So when we first went up to the government and say, look, we are interested in talking about CCS. And the first thing they said is that, I hope this is not a science project. We said, no, we want to make it a commercial enterprise. We don't want your money. You can't hear us. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Huh. So what we said was that we don't want your money. We don't want the government money. We don't want the government of Indonesia to give us money. All we want the government of Indonesia is to give us the environment that can help us make this project work. And we felt at that time that Arun had great potential. Largest depleted gas field in ASEAN. It could store up to 1,000 million metric tons of CO2. So our vision was to make Arun a hub, a major CCS hub. Arun was this, a great position. It's the entrance of the Straits of Malacca. So as you enter the Straits of Malacca for shipping, it has a deep water port, so it had everything that we thought would work, right? It also could provide, as Donald said, an emission reduction solution, which to make greenhouse production of, to make oil companies even more efficient at raping the planet, right? And this is what our emissions reduction solution was. But what we wanted to do was to also make it an enabler of the blue hydrogen ammonia industry. Because one thing that Indonesia is blessed with a lot of empty fields. What made Indonesia a founding member of OPEC is now a major resource. Indonesia, unfortunately, is not yet within the shipping sphere or the capture sphere, but it can build up to it. But first, it must do it from the storage sphere. And of course, reducing carbon footprint. So we had a nice little graphic of a little ship coming into Loksemawe and then dropping off, and we get things in Arun. Yeah? So that was our thought, our imagination. So if you look at this, what do we see as our market? So we saw, certainly from a market perspective, we thought, look, Singapore wants to decrease its carbon emissions by up to 30 million tons a year for 10 years. Where's it going to go, right? Where's this gas going to go? And Singapore also says, and this is official statements, the Singapore says, what we want to do is we want to leverage our energy and chemical industry. So Singapore around Pulau Bukom is a huge energy and chemical industry, right? So they say, well, we are very good at that, so why don't we use it to make blue hydrogen, blue ammonia? But for something to be blue, it has to be stored. Where are you going to store it? Look at Singapore. Singapore, 736 square kilometers. Jakarta metro area is 7,000. Where are you going to put it in Singapore? You have nowhere to go. So the only place Singapore can look to is either Indonesia or Malaysia. So we felt that there was almost had a captive market, to use the term, right? So we talked about decarbonizing Singapore. Now, the other thing is that what we wanted to do was to create what we call an open access CO2 project. So this is from MIGAS. And if you look at the fields, all of these little fields that they're proposing CCS. So you look at Sakakemang, Central Sumatra, Tanggal, and all this. What is the key thing that you see in everything? What's a common thing? All the things, big companies, they're very big companies, and another thing is that they tend to be planning to store their CO2. They don't want to store your CO2, they want to store their CO2. So BP Tanggal will say, well, we want to store our CO2 because this is a CO2 that we produce as a consequence of our production. They are not going to constrain their production because you want to store your CO2. They're going to say, no, I need to make money. What the value of producing LNG is more than the value of the CO2 you want to store. So these are effectively closed off. So in Indonesia, they say, look, we have all this fantastic CCS projects, but none of them really open access. It's not bringing real new projects or new money to Indonesia. And the same thing you see in Australia. So John Caldi showed us all those blocks that were, offshore blocks that were being bid for. They all went to big companies. The one thing that we have learned, as someone who believes in market forces, the one thing you've learned is that for any industry to boom, it needs the middle players. It needs the little guys. So if you look at the shale oil market in America, how did it boom? It boomed because the entry costs were low and people started doing it. Suddenly, America became the world's largest oil producer. Now, America is going to be the world's largest CCS hub because lots of small players are in the CCS market. So whilst we are concentrating on these big players, the little ones like ourselves are left out, yeah? Because we wanted to make an open access market. So I thought I would like to leave this with all of you guys. we know that the state of CCS as a commercial enterprise, for small players is going to be very hard. It's next to impossible. So Theodore Roosevelt, one of the American presidents, the man they named teddy bears after, he said, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong, etc. You can read it. The real credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, right? And who at best knows at the end the triumph of high achievement, who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. This is what we want our industry to be. Little guys like us who put our money in and just say, okay, let's do it. And then if the government pulls the rug from under us, then we are dead. Maybe we came in too early, maybe we came in too late, you know, maybe fools leap in when angels fear the tread, but it's one of those things. Yep, so thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Dr.
Yeah, interesting presentation. Interesting presentation. I like the Teddy Roosevelt quote. I like the Teddy Roosevelt quote. Really. We have a long story.
That's.
We got created. So.
Oh yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, I could deliver the presentation within 25 minutes. It's okay. So the title of my presentation is Development of National Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS in this campus at ITB. So I would like to start my talk with the background. Why CCS and CCUS was developed in this campus and now become the National Center of Excellence. Actually, the first study about CCS in our campus was started in Gundih project. So Gundih is the name of the gas field located on the boundary between Central and East Java province. And it consists of 3 structures that produce gas, which is Gedung Lusi, Randu Blatung, and Gedung Tuban. The methane, after the separation, will deliver to the Tambak Lorok gas power plant close to Semarang city, and the CO2 is just released to the air. In 2010, we have an idea, how about if we have a project to capture, actually not capture, but because it is already in the high purity, so just the transport and then inject it back to the reservoir. And then we talked with Pertamina, and at the time we submit a research proposal to JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and Japan Science and Technology Agency, and we have a Japanese partner which is coordinated by Kyoto University, and we won. It's a huge money, 500 million yen, and 60% is for ITB and 40% is for Kyoto University. And then it doesn't work. Okay, so the study covers subsurface analysis and also the monitoring plan. Yeah, once we inject the CO2, we have to submit what kind of the monitoring methodology that will be proposed. But in between, we
received also an offer from Asian Development Bank. They could sponsor us the study for surface facility, regulatory framework, and also public engagement. So in this slide, you can see one of the reservoir simulation result once we inject the CO2 from Gundi field. So the amount is 800 ton per day, and the duration of our injection is about 10 years. And then what happened, the CO2 in subsurface, we can see on the bottom part of this slide. It creates a CO2 plum, and surprisingly, there will be incremental gas production for about 2.1%. It's small, but if we connect it with the price of this gas, so it's about 14 billion sadar cubic feet, maybe it's about 60 million US dollar. So, and then we calculated also the cost, the capex and opex for this project, which is appear 120 million US dollar. And then we communicated with Japanese government, Japanese private sector, whether they have interest with the carbon credit from this project. So at the end, they could offer us a so-called joint crediting mechanism. And at the end, this project, yeah, if they could start to inject the CO2, it will not a cost center project. Yeah. So we can see also several feature from the reservoir simulation. For example, there is a additional pressure in the subsurface because we inject the CO2 to the Gedung Tuban structure, and then when the CO2 will be big through to the other production well, so we can estimate also the time. Yeah. And actually, this shows the scenario of the future Gundi project. Yeah. So we started, we finalized the feasibility study in 2022 actually, and we predict that the first injection in this field could be happen in 2028. But then there is a delay right now because the negotiation for the carbon credit between Japanese and Indonesian government, there is struggling, yeah. Maybe next year it could be follow up again. So this is quite interesting because again, if the CCS and CCUS could be conducted in several locations in Indonesia, basically it is not a cost center project. Remember that our country until now could not introduce as incentive, and also the carbon tax is still limited. So the new scenario for the Gundi project later is that the negotiation about the carbon credit will happen, and then 1 until 2 years delay, and we hope that the front-end engineering design could be started next year. Okay, the second part of my talk is about the establishment of the National Center of Excellence, and later our campus at ITB, we introduce also the Center for Carbon Dioxide and Flare Gas Utilization. So the purpose of this establishment is basically to support our country, the private sector in this country, if they want to reduce the carbon emission, what kind of the best scenario could be conducted, yeah? And next slide, please. Okay, before. Okay. While we are conducted the study with a Japanese partner, the support from ADB is given to us to establish the National Center of Excellence, and then from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we are appointed as the center, and you can see the document. And we have the organization structure, something like this. So there are several divisions. Altogether, the member of this center is about 70, but maybe around 30 are still active right now. So the member came from the geological department, geophysical engineering department, petroleum engineering department, chemical engineering department, mechanical engineering, environmental engineering, and others. So it's a complete subject that will support the CCS and CCS in Indonesia. Okay. Another thing is that we understand that the learning process should be increased, should be follow very quickly. So that's why we joined the organization called IEAGHG, yeah, and this is all the members, mostly are countries, yeah, and ITB is the only member which is a university, not represented country, and we are together with a very famous and big company, oil and gas company. Okay, and since 2017, there are so many things have been done by our center. We made several socialization within Indonesia. We hosted so many seminar, symposium, and so on. And sometimes we visit company also to discuss with the company whether we can help them in reducing the carbon emission from mostly from the oil and gas sector and petrochemical sector. And we talk also in the COP23 in Bonn before pandemic, and we did also several activity on the field for conducting baseline monitoring measurement. And this is several product that has been achieved, yeah, several publication, and then several result of the study, socialization to the school student, and we host also international summer school program. So it was attended by almost 50 participants worldwide, not only from several countries, but this is from 5 continents. Yeah. It was in 2022. And currently, about 70% of the feasibility study for CCS and CCS in Indonesia was conducted by our team. So this is several lists of the studies, feasibility studies that were conducted by our team. And we did also capacity building, not only for our student, but also for the student from outside ITB. So 2 weeks ago, Professor John Caldi was here, and he teach ITB student in the class, but we broadcast to all university in Indonesia. Yeah, and on the second week, Pak John, together with ITB lecturer, come to Jakarta to give some lecture in several companies. So this is several lecture, several courses that we offer within 2025, because we got also funding from the Ministry of Education. Yeah, it is called PUAPT, Inter University Center of Excellence for CCS. It's already mentioned by Ibu Rector in the opening remark. Okay, now the third one is about the condition in Indonesia, we realized that each country should reduce the carbon emission, and this is the Indonesian NDC. We do hope that in 2060, actually, we become the net zero emission country. And for realization of this aim, so we have to do decarbonization, deep decarbonization pathway program. So we did about that one, and one of them is to conduct bioenergy CCS. And once we inject the CO2 to the depleted oil reservoir, actually it could be used also for producing the remaining oil on the subsurface in the reservoir. So injecting the CO2 is not only for reducing the carbon emission, but also to maintain the oil production in Indonesia. Because the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources reported that the remaining oil in place is still more than 63%. So actually we have oil but difficult to produce. Maybe CO2 EOR is one of the solution. Yeah, and currently our ministry produce a map, the storage capacity map. This one is produced by JOGMEC for Southeast Asian country, but then we continue, next slide please. We continue with the national version of the storage capacity. It was released in 2024. So it is mentioned here that the storage capacity, low resolution, of course, yeah, or it is called prospective resource in the saline aquifer is 572 gigaton, but in the depleted oil and gas reservoir, almost 5 gigaton. So it's a huge number. The CO2 could be stored in our country. And then we did also study together with carbon limits. This is requested by the IFC, International Funding Cooperation. So they want to know the connection between the CO2 emitter and the CO2 storage in Indonesia, and then we plot this map. There are several CO2 sources sector can be seen here, and also the size of the source as the size of the circle. And then we can see that basically the industries are mostly located very close to the storage location. Yeah, and then we analyze the data. The question from the IFC is, if you could build a hub, yeah, CO2 hub, how much the cost of the CCS could be reduced? So basically we saw them first. There are most probably 15 hubs could be introduced in Indonesia, and from this one could be stored 118 million ton of CO2, and it is from almost 90 sources of CO2, and it means around 8 million ton per annum CO2 emission per hub. Yeah, and oops, sorry. Okay, and then based on our further analysis, actually the introduction of the hub could decrease the cost of the transportation and storage in average $14 per ton. So you can imagine that maybe it is very attractive because the cost of the CCS in Indonesia could be cheaper than in other country. Yeah. Okay, another homework is about our coal resource, because we produce electricity mostly from coal due to the affordability of the people also. But in the future, maybe it's challenging for us to use coal. So that's why downstreaming of the coal industry is already started. Yeah, and another analysis we introduced is if we pick several CCS project in which the CO2 is already provided with a higher purity, yeah, for example, from Gundi field, Tanggal field, several field in East Java, also from several ammonia plant in Indonesia. So basically, we could reduce 137 million ton of CO2, and the target of our country to reduce the carbon emission from energy sector within 20 years is between 314 until 398. So it means that the portion or contribution from CCS is quite big. It's about 34 until 44%. Yeah? Remember, the cost of the CCS in this country for the transportation and storage is maybe less than $30 per ton. So, it attract our minister to promote. Yeah? And after we explain to the minister about the importance of the decarbonization by CCS, so the statement of our former minister is that Indonesia welcome all parties to join us in developing CCS in order to achieve the commitment to sustainable energy. Yeah. Okay, and then this is okay. In 2022, yeah, we received a job from the government whether ITB could coordinate the development of the first regulation about CCS implementation in Indonesia. And then I said to Pak Director General, we are not lawyer, yeah. So we are technical people. Even sometimes we could not distinguish between lawyer and liar, right? So, but at the end we can build this regulation very well. We have conducted several consultations with the CCS expert from Europe, from Australia, from USA, Canada, from Japan, Korea, yeah, whether the regulation we built is already good, and we need also feedback from them. And they said that, oh, this is very complete regulation actually, yeah. But unfortunately, that regulation could be used only for oil and gas sector. So if you have the CO2 from outside of oil and gas, so it is not part of the regulation, except it is for storing the CO2 only, yeah. So that's why in 2024, we produced the second regulation, and it is higher level, it is presidential decree, but the content is quite similar. The difference is because in the new regulation, it covers the hub, the CO2 transportation from other country to Indonesia, and also for receiving the CO2 from other sector beside oil and gas. And one of the chapter in the regulation is about planning. So planning is actually the role of our center. So we can work together with the industry to produce the best scenario if they want to implement the CCS. Yeah. So once the result is obtained, there will be decision from the government, which is from SK Kamigas or BPMA, whether the proposal is approved or reject. Yeah. So basically, not all project will be accepted. It depends on the economic aspect. Okay, this is our proposal, how we modify the PSC contract, production sharing contract. So we said that the equity to be split should be evaluated before CCS and after CCS. And the decision will be given by the government. Even discretion from the minister is also possible. Yeah. So the current situation that we have presidential regulation number 14, 2024 on CCS, and then standard, we already have national standard, we adopt from the TC 265 ISO, and then before in 2021, we already have presidential regulation on carbon pricing. Even we could sell the carbon credit in the Jakarta Stock Exchange market, yeah, based on the Financial Authority Regulation 2023, and also the guidelines from SKK Migas is already produced in 2024. What we are waiting for is two other regulation, which is ministerial decree as the derivation of the presidential regulation 2024, and also the mechanism for international carbon trading. Yeah. Okay, this is one of our client, and they already got approval to revise the plan of the development, and this project will be the first CCS project in Indonesia, most probably in 2028 or 2029. And as the final presentation from us, I would like to mention that we have new building dedicated for our center in our campus here. It is 850 square meter, yeah, and we are looking for the partner, because building the center should be also together with the partner. Currently, BP and Medco already part of our partner, and SLB, Halliburton, and also Aspentech, they could provide us all the software for free for education and research purposes. And this is the layout of the third floor in that building. And we have also the second building, second office space in Science and Technology Park in eastern part of Bandung, in Sumarekon, and it for us 1,000 square meter. So if anyone would like to have cooperation with us, so we are very happy to work together with you. Okay, maybe that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ragmat, and to all our speakers. We can now open up to questions on the floor. But perhaps just before we do that, I had a little question of my own that I'd like to put to the panel. And it strikes me when I was reading the literature, newspaper articles, etc., on this topic in the last few days, that carbon capture storage has something of a public image problem. And with a public image problem, and we've seen some quite strident critics of CCS. There's a little bit of a not in my backyard, a NIMBY sort of phenomenon. And we saw one example of that in Queensland when the mining company Glencore planned to capture and liquefy CO2 from the Milmaran coal-fired power station and truck it to a storage well in the town of Mooney in Queensland. The criticism became so vocal from farming communities, etc., that a few months ago the Queensland government cancelled the program. And I think there were concerns about leakage into the Great Artesian Basin, which any of you who know Australia understand the absolute importance of that source of water for agricultural communities. So whether the science backed that up or whether it was just a case of excessive alarm on the part of the communities, the bottom line is you're hearing people like the UN Secretary General saying it doesn't work. So how do you deal with this image problem? I mean, clearly from the presentations I've heard today, the science is very good and you have a strong track record. How do you get that message across?
Hello? Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, your voice is not so strong, but I try to, to understand you. So it's related to the public engagement, yeah? So actually, in our center, we did studies in many places in Indonesia. Sometimes the package is from the subsurface until the public engagement to the until the financial analysis, but sometimes it is only up to the subsurface analysis and sometimes only related to the surface facility. Yeah, so different type of the studies. But I could give example of one project or one study that covers all, which is Gundi. Yeah, Gundi is onshore. Yeah, and since from the beginning, we did engagement to the people and also the local government. So while we are studying there for collecting the data, for example, for baseline seismic survey, or we did also some collecting data for the gas analysis, water analysis, and so on. So we came also to the local government. We talk also with the community leader in that area, and we give also education about the basic CCS. So surprisingly, that the response from the people there are very positive. Even the Blora district use our slides to get for the, it is called Adipura competition. So Adipura is something like a competition for city or district because they are aware with the environmental, yeah, and they won this this award in 2016. Yeah, so basically this is what we did. The strategy is we engage with the people starting from the beginning. For the other study, we started normally with the technical work, and if the approval from the government is obtained, normally the study will be continued. So, and then later the study for the public engagement plan will be conducted also. Yeah.
David, would you care to?
Yeah. So just from my part, I was involved in Southwest Hub in Western Australia. Southwest Hub was injecting to an aquifer. My company, my engineering company, did all the studies for it. We demonstrated at that time world first case where we didn't need what we call a seal over the reservoir to trap the CO2. And embarrassingly, I was very skeptical because the person who first proposed it thought it might work, had a degree in literature. And, you know, that's it. A degree in literature doesn't qualify you to do much, I thought. But that was his imagination, and we confirmed it. Good on him. The advantage of the Southwest Hub thing was that, you know, Western Australia has kind of like a portable aquifer. And that portable aquifer is called the Yarragadee. The Yarragadee, fortunately, didn't overlay the site that we were injecting in. So the site that we're injecting in was the one-up sands and one-up aquifers, and that didn't, was not connected to any other portable aquifers. It was 60,000 parts per million of brine, so it was, even animals can't drink it, you know, plants can't drink it. The one in Queensland, I wasn't involved in it, but my colleague was doing some of the studies. The concern there was that, of course, if it's connected to the Great Artesian Basin, what was the chance of the CO2 leaking into the Great Artesian? I don't know. But obviously, there's a minuscule chance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have proposed it. But is it a non-zero chance? I cannot tell you, right? when we say CCS doesn't work, part of it is, like I said, a lot of these centers of excellence and centers of study, it's a self-perpetuating myth. You know, we have to study, we have to study, we have to study. No, you don't. You need to just stop and do. You just need to stop and do. Just do it, right? So, and part of it, and you see certainly with Gorgon, so everyone points at Gorgon, oh look, they screwed up because CCS doesn't work. CCS does work. The problem in Gorgon was an engineering failure on the part of the company. It was pure hubris that caused the failure. Had nothing to do with the fact that the reservoirs were unsuitable, it was hubris. One of the gentlemen presenting the Gorgon project was proud to say, I'm a lapsed engineer. It's like, really? Is that a source of pride that you are a lapsed engineer? You know, it doesn't make sense. So the Gorgon thing wasn't a stunning success because it was pure hubris. So again, we come back to the fact that it is communication. Somewhere along the line, we got sidetracked and we kept telling everyone we need to do studies. I mean, when SACROC started in 1972, they just did it. No one sat there and said, oh no, we have to spend 25 years studying and be sponsored by 25 companies so we can build a nice building or not. No, we didn't. They just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are nationalistic considerations here as well for CCS.
Can I come in as well? Guys, can I come in on this one as well?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, John. Sorry, I wasn't sure you were still with us.
Oh yeah, no. I would have told you before I left.
Okay.
I would have waved goodbye.
You disappeared, so I wasn't sure.
Couple of things that you mentioned. The Queensland project. So yes, the Glencore coal mine wanted to put CO2 into the Great Artesian Basin, and it was stopped by the farmers protesting to the government, and the government regulators decided they were not going to allow it. Now, mind you, that was a bit of a downer for CCS, but the Great Artesian Basin, the Mooney Field and a few other fields actually produce oil and gas from the Great Artesian Basin. So it's not just water that's in there, and the CO2 would have been injected into the basin very, very close to where the oil and gas actually occurred. So it's not really an issue. Now, the Gorgon is a great one to talk about because it was billed as the poster child of everything that's wrong with CCS. CCS simply does not work. And David really gave the message, clarified it. The issue there was a technical issue that was, I think you used the word hubris, David, that I think you're right. They produce sand in their pressure maintenance project. They produce sand and they tried to re-inject the water that contained that sand. And of course, the equipment and the tubulars and the pumps do not like sand, so they had to shut the project in. But that was an issue that affects pretty much 74% of oil and gas production operations, not a CCS issue. Now let's talk about a couple of the more positive communication things. I'll first name the Boundary Dam project, which is the world's first coal-fired power plant. Is in that has CCS. It's in Canada, and they mounted a very, very successful campaign where they had open houses, they had information sessions with the local community. The CO2 CRC did exactly the same thing in our demonstration project in Victoria, where we invited the community to a number of barbecues, information sessions, open houses, sponsored the local footy team. So there are ways to get around it. We all learned from the worst disaster that ever happened in terms of publicity and communications, which was the Barendrecht project, where Shell was going to take a depleted gas field and turn that into a CO2 storage project. But they went and made this decision in conjunction with the local government, never consulted the local community. Of course, Greenpeace got wind of this, protested, and had the project shut down. Why? Because of that lack of communication before, during, and continuously throughout the project. So we found ways, we've learned the errors of some of our ways. That's all I want to say about that one, guys. Don?
Just briefly, there is another dimension to this, and that is one that is sort of a bit more nationalistic and political rather than local community based. And you're seeing projects like the Port of Nagoya planning to send CO2 to the Tanggal gas project in Papua. And they're quite a way down the track on that. One of our colleagues here last night, no, I won't say who, used the term "it's dumping," I think a lot of this could awake national sensitivities in a lot of countries. I've heard Australian critics of CCS say Australia has plans to dump its CO2 waste on East Timor. So there are perception problems on multiple levels. Do you want to have a crack at that, John?
Yes. The term dumping is awful, yet it's used in the London Protocol. And that is an absolute travesty. We should insist that comes out of the London Protocol terminology, because it does give that impression that this is, a terribly bad thing. In terms of putting the CO2 into the subsurface, the reservoirs that have been identified, storage reservoirs that have been identified, are pretty much all isolated from ever seeing the CO2 ever seeing the light of day again. So whether you take it from the Australian Darwin LNG plant and put it into Bayuundan, which is East Timor, for a price, there's a service fee that would be charged, which is good for the economy of the country. You're seeing the same thing for the Northern Lights project in Norway, where Shell, Equinor, and Total are doing a service of picking up the CO2 from dozens of emitters, gas plants, steel mills, cement plants, chemical factories, collecting it by ship, taking it up to Norway and injecting it into a viable reservoir that'll never see the light of day again. So it's a business model, okay? And if you don't like business models, well, David said this has got to go past the R&D stage, and I think we're seeing that. It's got to be a commercialized business, and there are 51 active commercial projects putting in 500,000 tons per more of CO2 a day that would otherwise be emitted to the atmosphere. So don't get confused by people who say it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Are you able to stay with us a bit longer, or do you have to?
No, I've got another hour.
Okay. Dr. Rahmat, David, do you want to add to that, or we go to questions from the floor?
Fine.
Okay. Okay, so any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you to all the panelists. Fantastic presentations. Really thoroughly enjoyed. Currently, your CCS projects are mainly to inject into deep aquifers, right? But in fact, this morning in the panel, we had nickel industries And you asked a question, about the sustainability of nickel industry. So my area of research is mine rehabilitation as well. And we mapped the abandoned mines in the country. And we found in Australia, we got about 80,000 holes in the ground, small, medium, large. And no one cares them, right? So the question is, have you really considered carbon capture and utilization? There's a company called MCI in Australia. In Newcastle, they've got a pilot plant where they are trying to capture the CO2 where it is emitted and then use that for mineral carbonization purposes, like calcium carbonate and stuff like that, and also amorphous silica. So is that something on cards as far as Indonesia is concerned? Because that could spur up a lot of jobs, and it will create fertilizer for your agriculture and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, from the list I shown in one of the slide, so the type of the study is not only related to the storing of the CO2 to the underground. We did also several study related to the CCU, carbon capture and utilization. We have one member, Pak Akso, is already not here. So he is the champion for this field. But most of my slide, actually, I try to explain, we start the CCS by doing the scenario from low-hanging fruit project, in which the CO2 is already provided with a high purity. So our task is to transport and to inject. And we have to characterize the subsurface very well, make sure that once the CO2 is injected to the subsurface, there will be no leaking and safe for the public. But again, I remember there is also one study about the precipitate calcium carbonate, yeah, and also the other utilization of the CO2 for other chemical products. So we did also that field. Yeah. I'm from geophysics. I'm geophysical department. Yeah, it should be answered by our member from chemical engineering. Yeah.
So as Dr. Sule said, yes, we, myself, and obviously Dr. Sule has not looked at it as well because we are subsurface people, but we are aware that people have tried, certainly taking captured CO2 and making it into concrete, into little blocks so you can stack. But the problem with that is usually the cost. So you can even direct air capture, as you're aware. So there's direct air capture, big turbines, kind of like turbine-like thing, that suck the air and strip the CO2 and inject it. The problem, or create it into carbon blocks or some other chemical means, the issue there is that CO2 is very low concentration in the atmosphere, for example. It's low concentration for industrial processes, but it's high enough concentration to cause us problems, obviously. There's nothing wrong with high CO2 concentrations. This is something people always get wrong. You say, oh, we're going to have very high CO2 concentrations, we're going to have climate change, it's going to be bad. No, it's not. It is bad for us, because as humans and the animals that we know, we did not evolve to live under high CO2 scenarios. For the planet, it doesn't matter. High CO2, you'll kill us off, we'll evolve another bunch of creatures, and that's just how it is. So high CO2 is not bad, it's bad for us. It's really bad for us, because we have never experienced that. So it's the cost that usually people talk about chemical, creation of chemical use for CO2. Yeah, it's just too costly at the moment.
You want to follow up?
No, I fully understand, David, your point. But I'm talking of, for example, you've got a coal mine and you've got a power plant, coal-fired power plant. What you do is you capture CO2 from your coal-fired power plant and then use that to mineral carbonization purposes. So you would have solved several problems in one shot.
Yes.
One, you're capturing, and second, you are enriching the soil fertility so that mine rehabilitation and sustainability aspects that he spoke of this morning, all can be alleviated in with one technology. I think MCI is a company which is doing in partnership with Orica in Australia.
So,
yes, can I come in on that one too, please? May I come in on that one as a response, please?
John?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Can we get John back on the screen?
There I am. Look, I appreciate everything you're saying, and there's lots of technologies like that will contribute to the utilization of CO2. The issue, of course, is the volumes. Okay, we're emitting 37 gigatons. Gigaton is a billion tons of CO2 per year. Our present day CCS projects are in the order of 1 to 5 million tons per annum being stored. The scale that you're talking about for the MCI plant is on the thousands or tens of thousands of tons per annum. So a whole different order of scale. We just cannot get the emissions reductions that we require to meet our global targets by doing that. Yes, it's an interesting contribution, and yes, there's a financial incentive for doing utilization, but in terms of what we're trying to do for emissions reduction, CO2 reductions, it's a drop in the ocean, I'm afraid.
The CO2 coal plants, John. I did a survey a few years ago when we were looking at Arun CCS, putting in our mind how we can construct a business out of it. We looked at just the CO2 emissions from the coal plants in Java and Sumatra. Right? Mostly Java is the problem. Between Java and Sumatra emit more than 1/3 of Australia's entire CO2 emissions in 1 year. So if you're talking about high concentrations of coal-fired power plants, just look outside here in Java, at Banteng, for example, huge coal-fired power plants. So, but again, it's the cost of capturing it, transporting it, and putting it up. Someone has to make that worthwhile for that to be captured.
Any more questions from the audience? If that's the case, I might just, we're coming up to time, but I might just throw one other question in, which I think is a key one. There is not a great deal of regulation in Indonesia covering this field. There's a ministerial regulation, number 2, 2023, that covers the oil and gas industry, but it's not terribly comprehensive. Dr. Rahmat tells me there was a more recent presidential decree, which I had missed my attention. But again, that is fairly limited in scope. I suppose I want to direct this to you first of all, David. What regulation and what incentives would you like to see from the Indonesian government in order to make your project in Aceh more sustainable and viable?
Well, in our case, the biggest problem came with what we call Permen 2. So Permen 2 2023, there were 2 clauses in it, Pasal 58 dan Pasal 59. So those 2 clauses caused a huge problem for us. So we had signed a joint venture, a legal joint venture with a government entity, and the regulations ignored that. And in a way that the joint venture was made, well, it was effectively made invalid. Yeah. So it caused a lot of issues for us. It's issues that we are trying to overcome even as we speak. And so it is an issue. So I don't think the regulations, personally, I mean, certainly the regulations with regards to what we call Pasal 58 and Pasal 59, you know, that actually was completely well thought through. That's my personal opinion. In terms of other incentives, they're talking about what incentives. One of the discussions they had this year that I was sitting in was they're talking about putting tariffs. You could see how thin the margins that we are working on. And we are treating this like an oil and gas project where, you know, the oil and gas project is that we produce something at X dollars, but the market is willing to pay 3X. This one is the market is only willing to pay X, but it costs us 3X to put it in. So it's, you know, I just don't think the tariffs was well thought through. So anyone that came up with this tariff idea maybe hadn't thought through the whole process of what a CCS project, you know, entails.
Dr. Rahmat, John, would you like to add to that issue of regulation and financial incentives?
No, actually, because I'm the coordinator for the development of that regulation. So it's about the curve out, right? Yeah, yeah. So actually, it should be not a problem because basically an area could be curved out by, for example, there is a CO2 injection operator, yeah. But if this area is already operated by the other company, of course, this company will have the highest priority. So this is actually the interpretation of this article. And then related to the support from the Indonesian government, yes, already mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, incentive is not possible at the moment, and also the carbon tax is very low. Even $2 per ton CO2 is not implemented yet for the coal-fired power plant. So that's why the former minister mentioned that could you find out the other possibility so that CCS will be attractive for the player. And after we exercise several scenario, it seems that the negotiation of the split is the most possible one. So it means that the operator of the CO2 injection must be oil and gas company, and they have to follow the existing PSC contract or the cost gross split. And then after you compare between the oil and gas production without CCS and with CCS, and you can show that, okay, it will be possible to be conducted if the split should be negotiated. So something like that. For the example with the BP, it is something like that because we try to estimate the total capex and opex, which is much bigger than Gundi, of course, but the incremental gas production based on our simulation could quite similar with the cost of the capex, and there will be the other economical benefit if the carbon trading can be introduced in Indonesia in the future. Yeah.
John, do you care to add anything? Or?
Yeah, I do, actually. I think that most operators are looking for two things from the regulators, which is clarity and consistency. We haven't seen much of that, certainly in Australia or in the many of the Western countries that are contemplating CCS. It's because, as I mentioned during my presentation, it's because the regulators are all very, very new to this, and they're being influenced by a vocal minority that we discussed earlier that are of the opinion that CCS does not work, that it's all part of a ploy by the fossil fuel industry, etc. In terms of incentives, if you look at the US at the moment, they've got the 45Q tax incentive, which says that any organization that puts CO2, anthropogenic CO2 into the ground instead of letting it go to the atmosphere gets an $85 per ton tax credit. If they're doing it for EOR or any other utilization, they get $60 per ton as a tax rebate. California has a similar sort of thing. Companies can double dip, use the federal 45Q and use the California regulations as well. Many states in the US have that already. Australia is trying it with its ACU as its carrot, and the SGM as their stick, which will basically punish anyone who's emitting more than 100,000 tons of CO2. So there are ways, but what the companies that are doing this, the operators are looking for is consistency and clarity on those regulations. If we can get that, companies can adjust, just like Chevron adjusted to the Barrow Island Act. They were told, you know, you're not going to get your LNG project unless you put CO2 into the ground. And they adapted, and they are still making money from that project. So thanks, that's pretty much what I want to say.
Can I just add something very quickly? Sorry. We are talking about the split, oil companies split, and this is the I would say the error, because we are now assuming that only oil and gas companies are going to do CCS, and that is completely wrong. This is where this tunnel vision that's going to completely destroy the CCS industry in Indonesia. Say, okay, we're going to have a split, follow the PSC. No, because it doesn't make sense. It completely does not make sense, because the CCS industry is not an upstream industry, it's a downstream industry. The other thing is that we are talking about this, oh yeah, because Tanggal, they're producing gas which offsets the thing. What if you're producing no gas? You get stuff. I mean, so it is not totally well thought through, in my opinion. As someone coming from the commercial area, we are looking at it from a commercial viewpoint. We're not looking from a science project viewpoint or some sort of a viewpoint that is divorced from reality of operating an actual project. So yeah, I think having this government regulations talking about tariffs and all that is wrong, in my opinion.
All right. Well, look. At that note, I think we should wrap up. We're eating into the next session. If we had a bit more time, it'd be good to talk about the role of ASEAN in all of this and the need for regional platforms to discuss these issues. And ASEAN centrality would be an interesting subject to discuss, given that regional trade and global trade will be at the heart of the success of CCS. But perhaps that's for another occasion. Thank you very much, all three of you, for some fascinating presentations.
So thank you so much, Dr. Grunless, and also the panelists. And we would like to kindly invite all of you to stay on the stage, as we will be having the photo session. And also we would like to invite the documentation team as well to capture this moment. And we expect that Professor John Kaili also still on the camera or probably on the Zoom. If he's still in and we would like to capture this moment, Professor John Kaili as well in a photo session for this panel session 2.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
We're capturing this moment in the hall. right now. All right, so the Zoom team or the operator will capture this moment within 1 to 3. Professor John, so also please give your sweetest smile. So gentlemen, please allow me to guide this moment. All right, so that's cool. We're going to have this photo session as well with Professor John Calder out there. Okay, that was very sweet. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to count this 1, 2, 3. Wow, that's amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was an amazing session. Thank you, Dr. Donald Greenlees, for this amazing session, and also to all of our panelists for this amazing session as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that you had gained valuable knowledge from this panel session too. And of course, waiting for the next amazing session, for the panel session 3. So, of course, thank you, sir. So, of course, please fasten your seatbelt, be in your most comfortable position, and be prepared for the next amazing interactive discussion, of course. And of course, we also would like to invite all of you to kindly actively participate during the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to move to the next segment, that is panel session 3 on carbon trading. In the next session, there will be Mr. Luvaldi Hernanda, Carbon Exchange Supervision Financial Service Authority OJK Indonesia, discussing on carbon trading as an industry. Mr. Bruce Meka, Senior Analyst at Climate Works, who will talk about ecosystem-based carbon markets, and also Ms. Ratri Wakaling, Executive Director at Pollination, addressing corporate capital structure and the carbon markets. And of course, this amazing session will be directed by our interactive moderator, Dr. Anindria Nastiti from Bandung Institute of Technology. But before, please allow me to read her profile. Dr. Anindria Nastiti is a dedicated academic and researcher at Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia, where she specializes in environmental engineering and sustainable development. She holds a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from ITB and has pursued advanced studies to deepen her expertise in the field. Dr. Anindria is particularly focused on research that addresses environmental challenges through innovative engineering solutions, contributing to Indonesia's efforts in sustainable practices. In her role at ITB, Dr. Anindria is committed to educating future engineers, fostering a strong understanding of environmental issues and sustainable methodologies among her students. And she actively participates in various research projects and collaboration that aim to promote sustainable development within the community. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Anindria.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So it's an honor for me to be invited to moderate these very important sessions. Although this is the last one of the day, but hopefully it's not going to be the least, because we still have like very attentive audience here in the room, and I think we also have some online. So hopefully we are still enthusiastic to hear a very distinguished presentations from our 3 distinguished speakers. So I think I would like to first welcome to the last session of the Australia Update 2024, the panel on carbon trading. And I think this is the critical topics, yeah, as the world now is accelerating its efforts to combat climate change. And so today we will explore different dimensions of carbon markets, including the industry's structure, the role of ecosystem-based approaches, and the intersections between corporate capital structures and also the carbon markets. So we are very fortunate nowadays to have the 3 distinguished experts with us today to provide their insights. And I would like to kindly invite our first speaker of the last session, Mr. Luvaldi Hernanda, the Director of Financial Derivatives and Carbon Exchange Supervision from the Financial Service Authority. So please step forward, sir. We would be happy to have you on the stage. Yes, and then the next one, I would also like to invite Mr. Brur Cemeka, a senior analyst for from ClimateWorks. Yes, happy to have you, sir, here, who will present on the ecosystem-based carbon markets. Thank you. And then the last one, we will have also Ms. Ratri Waklin, Executive Director of Pollinations, who will delve into how corporate capital structures and the carbon markets. Yes. Hello. Yeah, so I think here's what we're going to do. We are going to hear a presentation or a sharing from each of you, 15 minutes. And then we will keep the questions in the last, after everybody has already presenting. And I would like to give the first chance to Mr. Lufaldi Hernanda. Please, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hosting me. So, as per the moderator, that I have only 12 minutes, perhaps, yeah. So I'll be very quick on giving all my PPTs here. Pretty much covering on the regulatory framework, the market update, as well as the challenges probably, and I'll be sharing a little bit on the OJK roles on the carbon market. Yeah, so I'll be straightforward to the PPT. Next slide, please. Yep, this is what's going to be covering on the next 10 minutes. Next one. Yep, I think the regulatory framework, one of the most important slides I have. If you can see, these are all the regulations and laws relevant to the carbon market of Indonesia. There are like three types of laws. There the law number 16 related to the Paris Agreement, and the law number 7, as well as if you see the law number 4, 2023. Yeah. So these are all the regulations, and then if you can see clearly under Presidency Decree number 98, yeah, one of the most important Presidency Decree role in the carbon market of Indonesia. Why? Because all the sectors involved in the carbon market in Indonesia is absolutely get the mandate from this presidential decree. And you can see the top three bottom, there are like 3 ministry regulations. There are the Ministry of Environment Regulations number 21 and Ministry of ESDM, yeah, the Energy and Mineral Resources number 16, as well as the Ministry of Environment Forestry number 7. Yeah. And one of the interesting part is the right side. You can see the law number 4, and you can see clearly there's a POJK 14. And then the POJK 14 is basically like translating the mandate from the law number 4, because it's clearly mentioned the law number 4 that the secondary market of Indonesian carbon should be supervised by the OJK. Yeah, and that's why we stipulated the OJK number 14 as well as the SEOJK number 12. So this is all the regulations related with the carbon market as of today. Next. Specific on the regulations of POJK 14. So what is basically the POJK 14 is basically regulations regulating the carbon exchange. Yeah, all the requirements of the carbon exchange, what type of unit carbon should be traded, and what type of the system should be connected. This, you can see clearly from the POJK 14. Yeah. So these POJK 14s literally give the general provisions, and as well the institutional aspects, yeah, as well as the requirements of the carbon exchange. Yeah. Next. Milestone. Maybe you have heard that we launched the carbon exchange last year, but this slide actually tells you a lot of stories behind. Yeah. If you can see from the beginning of January 2023, where the law number 4 stipulated by the government, and then we swiftly, signed the MOU between OJK and the Ministry of Environment in July, and then we continue stipulating the POJK 14 and SEOJK 12, and also we signed the cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Environment, on September 16. And September 18, we gave the license to the IDX Carbon as the carbon exchange. And then we launched the carbon exchange on September 26. And then if you can see, the Pak Jokowi is also there, you know, the Pak Luhut and also the relevant ministries, they were part of the ceremony. Yeah. Next. Ecosystem, next. Yep, next slide, please. Yep, this is also important for all of us because as of today, based on the Presidential Decree number 98, it's clearly stated that the carbon instrument in Indonesia, there are like 4 types of instrument. So each of instrument that they have a very specific price, yeah. For example, RBP, approximately as of today, price is in about, you know, $5 to $7, while the ETS, it's approximately 10,000 to 30,000 rupiah. And the offset price as of today, approximately in average 50,000 rupiah, while the government still preparing the carbon tax. Yeah. But why there is like a box clearly in the middle? Because we want to make sure that you aware there are only 2 types of instrument traded through the carbon exchange. Yeah, they are the ETS as well as the offset. While the RBP and also carbon tax is not like tradable through the carbon exchange. Next, please. The ecosystem, I think it's quite similar, yeah, if we compare to what we have in international best practice. If you see in the middle, there is a primary market, what we call primary market, because there's a specific, the national registry system, the SRNPPI, operated by the Ministry of Environment. So the only, like I would say, the carbon registry system owned by the government of Indonesia. And left side, you can see the participants, all the industries, project developers, you know, corporates, financial institutions. So all the relevant participants can be part of the primary market as well as the secondary market. And why on the right side we put a quite clear box, yeah, because we want you to be aware that the OJK role it's you know, supervising the IDX carbon, yeah. So we are not really supervising the primary market because the relevant ministries, they are the one who responsible for the primary market. Next. I think types of carbon trading, I think same thing I mentioned before. It's yeah, more or less the same with what we have, you know, internationally, the ETS and the offset. Yeah, ETS is you know, the alone trading system, while the offset is basically quite a voluntary based system. Yeah. Next. Implementation of the ETS globally, it's quite interesting figure from my perspective. It's coming from the ICAP, the you know update. Left side, you can see all the countries you know relevant with the ETS implementation. Maybe you can see the pointing out the Indonesian ETS. We started only subsector on the power subsector. Yeah, while you can see the other countries are trying to complete the ETS among all the sectors, but you can see the Indonesian just started the power sector. We do hopefully we can also implement this, the other sector soon as possible. And right side, it's quite also important for all of us, I think, because we have to make sure that all the revenues from the ETS goes to the right, you know, sector. For example, the revenue from ETS in some country goes back to the you know, green projects development. Some other countries use the revenue from ETS for educations, you know, and some other countries actually specific using for the climate mitigation. So there are quite specific budget, you know, coming from the ETS implementations. Next. Market update on the carbon exchange. Next. Yep, this one slide can explain a little bit more, you know, on the up-to-date update from the market. Left side, you can see the update from the offset market. There's like specific 600, you know, 13,000 ton CO2 traded and the value of transactions approximately 37 billion rupiah with the 86 participants. Yeah, and the offset been using the 4 types of trading, which are the auction, marketplace, negotiations, and regular. While the right side, there quite a specific update on the ETS. 7 million tons CO2, which is like almost 10 times than the offset. The value transaction is quite also 2 times bigger than the offset, which is 82 billion rupiah. While the participant on 2023, approximately 99 units, on the 2024 becoming 146. But just to make sure that we are all aligned, we are all aware, the carbon trading in ETS, it's done through the Applegatric, not the carbon exchange. Yeah, the Applegatric is like a system operated by the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Next. Yep, next slide. Quite simple on the supervision concept, while because the OJK used to supervise also the stock market, and unit carbon Indonesia considered as the financial instruments. So it's the same with the other financial instruments. So in OJK, we provide licensing as well as the supervisions. When it comes to licensing, we give license to the carbon exchange. And when it comes to the supervisions, we do have 2 types of supervisions, which is the institutions as well as the transactions. Yeah, offsite, on-site surveillance, and last one, okay? So I think this is last slide from me. Next. Yeah, thank you. And one more slide, just quite, important slide, just quite, disclosure that OJK, we don't receive any gratification from any parties. That's all, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the very insightful overview on the regulatory framework on carbon trading in Indonesia. And I think we would like to explore more later after we hear from another 2 presenters, so we can have more, lively debate about this. Yes, I would like to invite Dr. Okay. I would like to invite the next speaker. Please, sir, the floor is yours. Yes. Oh. Mau di podium boleh, silakan Pak.
Thank you. First of all, good afternoon, and happy to be here. Thank you so much for the invitations from, particularly thank you from the Indonesian Embassy, and also from the Australian Embassy, from ITB, and also from Link. It's an honor to be here. So I guess I would be brief. We're not going to take long, but I hope today we can touch a little bit on ecosystem-based carbon market, and basically trying to understand why in the grand scheme of energy transition, ecosystem-based carbon market is still a very important part of the energy transition process. A bit introduction. So before that, the presentation is divided into 4 main parts. The first one is a bit of introductions. Basically, I would like to introduce myself, my institutions, and what we're working on. And also, the second part is a closer look at Indonesia's carbon market, probably complementing a little bit from Pak Lufaldi's slide before. And the third part, I will discuss a little bit about opportunities and challenges, particularly in relevance to the nature-based solutions in the grand scheme of energy transition processes. And the last one is the way forward and recommendations. So I'm just going to be very brief, introducing a bit of myself. This is a pretty big slide, but my name is Burcha Meka. I'm a senior analyst at Climate Work Center under Monash University, based in Indonesia, in Jakarta. I've been working at the intersection of climate policy and finance for almost a decade right now. I actually graduated from here, from ITB, in environmental engineering, so it's very good to be back here So, and I hope for the next 10 minutes or so, I can guide you a little bit about ecosystem-based carbon market particularly, and why we should really care about this when we're talking about energy transition. A little bit about Climate Work Center, my institution. So we are based in Australia, our headquarters, but we're also working here in Indonesia. So basically we are in the middle between research and policy. So we're not fully a research institution, or we're not really a net focusing institution. So we're kind of in the middle. We're trying to figure out ways to make sure that policy and research are bridged pretty well, especially here in Indonesia, where big impact are very much potential to realize. So basically, why I'm talking a bit about ecosystem carbon market, because I'm also working on a research really and a policy engagement on how Indonesia could enhance its climate ambitions, particularly from nature-based solutions from the ocean sector. So it has resulted in some interesting findings, and even though this is on ocean, there are still connections to the energy transition uses in general. So that's a bit about the research. So now I'm just going to dig even deeper to Indonesia's landscape of carbon market. And basically, the first question that popped in mind when preparing this presentation is, why should we care about ecosystem-based carbon market in the grand scheme of energy transition? It's a completely different sector. In the acknowledgement of the UNFCCC, the UN Body Convention on Climate Change, different sectors are categorized in the guidelines, and energy and technically forestry and ocean are different sectors. But in the grand scheme of things, these sectors still very much matter to the grand objective of reducing emissions until we reach net zero by 2050. So the real reasoning why ecosystem-based carbon market is still pivotal for energy transition is that because it complements energy transition, particularly by providing immediate, scalable carbon sequestration solutions that could offset residual emissions. Highlight on residual, so it's not a quick fix for internal decarbonization process among corporate sectors, but actually solutions to offset the residual emissions that cannot yet be offsetted internally, and to promote climate resilience. So this ecosystem-based carbon market could potentially act as a bridge to the gap of decarbonization as energy system continues to develop their technologies to decarbonize over time. So I think we've seen from the previous presentation focusing on different technological paths on carbon capture solutions. Ecosystem-based carbon market could walk basically alongside in parallel to that. Although one keynote is that in the ecosystem-based carbon market, the integrity issues are still very much debated, particularly when it comes to proving really how a specific ecosystem-based carbon project really actually does reduce emission on the ground. So a light touch on Indonesia. So today's discussion is about Australian and Indonesian perspectives. So I would deep dive as well a bit on the Indonesian perspective on viewing carbon markets in general. So we have a presidential level regulations on carbon market, and in the big scheme of the presidential regulations, it outlines basically for 3+1 mechanism of carbon market. The first one is carbon tax, the second is emission trading, the third is result-based payment, which are actually very much related to offset mechanism. And the other one is basically a room of flexibility for different kind of carbon market schemes. So I think what is worth to highlight from the presidential regulation is basically the Indonesian way of cap and tax system. So what that means is that while Indonesia is very much focused on cap and tax, and cap and tax is cap and trade and tax combined. So what that looks like is that in the carbon, in the emission trading system, in the cap and trade system, the excess emitting permit owned by companies can be sold to other companies requiring license to pollute. But in the Indonesian way, basically the cap and tax system means that the excess, basically the lack of allowance that company needs to pollute can either be bought from other companies that have excess polluting permission, really, or it could be taxed through a mechanism that hasn't yet been detailed so far, as I know. And I think what is also needs to be highlighted from the Indonesia's carbon market regulatory framework is the voluntary carbon market. It is not explicitly defined in the presidential regulations. Besides, in a way, it resembles the result-based payment category. But that is a bit different because in the Indonesia's presidential regulations, the result-based payment is basically a payment from a specific carbon project that are already proven and had already pre-approved for a certain amount of payment. Meanwhile, in voluntary carbon market, it's pretty much more leaning towards the offsetting that are close to a free market mechanism where carbon offsets are treated as a carbon credit that kind of that doesn't have to be specific and specifically under a contract of a pre-agreement of a result-based payment. So basically, to make it easier, Indonesia, to some extent, hasn't deeply fleshed out how a corporate can voluntarily offset their emission and sell it, particularly internationally, at this point of time. So the next part is knowing that Indonesia has, that was the Indonesia's perspective on carbon market, particularly as it's shown in the regulatory framework. I would also discuss about the opportunities and challenges, particularly when we're looking at ecosystem-based carbon market and how it really is relevant for Indonesia and energy transition in particular. So when we're talking about ecosystem-based carbon market, Indonesia is very much wealthy in terms of the ecosystem potential that could be used for producing carbon offsets, carbon credits for offsetting purposes. We have a pretty interesting statistics. For example, the first one, if we're talking about mangroves and peatland as carbon sink solution, Indonesia has almost a quarter of the world's mangrove supply and about 36% of the global tropical peatlands. So these all a really big natural resources wealth of Indonesia. And we know that mangroves ecosystem particularly, they can sequester carbon dioxide 3 to 5 times more per hectare than just a tropical forest. And also, when we're talking about the other potential of ecosystem-based carbon market in Indonesia, is that when we're talking about the other benefit of ecosystem-based carbon market projects, besides carbon credits and carbon offsets, we are also talking about enhancing biodiversity, supporting fisheries, and improving disaster resilience benefits. And we are also talking about community benefits. So it's very much multi-dimensional benefits when we're focusing on ecosystem-based carbon markets. And a few interesting numbers are also highlighted here, that basically when we're focusing on protecting mangrove and peatlands, it could potentially avoid or sequester up to 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And research has shown that it also can reduce economic losses from flooding by up to 30%. And basically, when we're talking about ecosystem-based carbon markets, similar to the other sectors as well, basically a strict, strict certification of emission reductions is also very much required. And there are a few certifications that are already available in the market. Basically, so these are the list. Yeah. And Basically, when we're talking about ecosystem-based, there are terrestrial or the forest-based ecosystem and also ocean-based ecosystem. Part of the research that I've done is also looking at the potential from ocean-based emission sequestration. So from the initial result, it's seen that ocean-based mitigation could fill up to almost 20% of the gap of Indonesia's nationally determined contribution in 2030. Basically, also means it could also contribute to almost half of the emission reduction needed by Indonesia to achieve its net zero by 2060. Just to show you some data from our research, that basically when we're talking about ecosystem-based carbon market, particularly from the ocean ecosystem, we also not just have mangroves in place, but we also have these ecosystem called seagrasses, and they're pretty much scattered across the country, and it could potentially be one of the ecosystem carbon market solutions that are not yet explored very much due to several limitations, including data limitations and also carbon accounting limitations. Also, one interesting fact that I would like to highlight as well is that in addition to looking at ecosystem-based carbon market from its basically carbon sequestration potentials, we also look at the Indonesian perspective, the market players, project developers, NGOs, local communities, on basically how they see nature-based carbon markets or ecosystem carbon markets in Indonesia. So we divided the finding into two, the opportunities and challenges. So for the opportunities part, we see that most of the stakeholders that we have interviewed with, they demonstrate a good level of understanding on what carbon market is, how how nature can actually help carbon emission being reduced. And so the interest is there actually widely. And we also found that in general, basically the Indonesian central government, the policymakers are very much actually open and receptive to the development of a more open carbon market. However, this also comes with with a few challenges. The first one is that the integrity issue when we're talking about ecosystem-based carbon market, particularly carbon offset. So basically, the clarity of ecosystem-based carbon project and how it is proven scientifically as emission reduction project is a bit difficult to prove and invites a lot of debates globally. But this is not just specific to Indonesia, actually it's a debate that happens globally. And specific for Indonesia, there is an ongoing challenge for NGO work on ecosystem-based carbon market, generally on clarifying the governance and transparency, particularly when we're talking about carbon accounting standards, how Indonesian government can allow for international carbon offset trades, etc. Hence, it comes with the conclusion that stakeholders need more clarity on basically how Indonesia will conduct its domestic carbon market and how it will be connected to the global market. So the way forward, basically the first way forward that I can contribute to the conversation is that carbon market, especially ecosystem-based carbon market, can be framed both as opportunity and challenges, meaning that it's an opportunity to source sustainable financing, particularly from carbon offset sales, but it also comes as challenges in terms of basically creating a system in place which can ensure that carbon offsets being sold internationally or domestically are of high integrity. And basically that means the needs for stronger regulatory framework is very much there. Indonesia needs clear policies basically to integrate ecosystem-based carbon projects with voluntary carbon market mechanisms, ensuring alignments with the national priorities, including the NDCs. And the last one is that there is still a need to explore different innovative financing and blended financing models, exploring different type of public-private partnership, including between cross-sectors, for example, from the energy sectors, collaborating with project developers in the ecosystem-based carbon markets, and how the financing and the integrity aspect could work out in that aspect. So basically, in essence, there is still a need to explore different way of modalities that work out to both reduce emissions, helping energy transition, and also bring wider benefits to the community surrounding the project. So I guess that's it from me. Thank you so much for your attention. Feel free to contact me if you have any further questions, if we don't have enough time to address them later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Praburcho, for a very insightful presentation to give an overview of the ecosystem-based market and how maybe we have questions on how we can roll it out in the Indonesian multi-governance settings. But later on that, I would like to invite Ibu Ratri Pakling for presenting her insights on the role of carbon markets. Thank you. Boleh silakan. Di sini itu sih ada banyak juga.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you, Pak Siswo, for inviting us at this event. I'm very honored to be here. I'll speak a little bit about carbon markets and talk about the Indonesian and Australian experience. I think Pak Bruce covered a lot of the fundamentals of carbon markets and really keen to dig into that a little bit deeper. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So maybe a bit of an introduction about pollination. So we're only 4 years old, but we are essentially a specialist investment and advisory firm that focuses on decarbonization and climate and nature transition as well. We're about 180 people globally, with our presence being the largest in Australia. There currently, we do 3 things in pollination. The first is an advisory business, which works with corporates, governments, and NGOs on decarbonization strategies and as well as dealing on climate and nature transition. We also have a project investment business where we invest off our balance sheet to develop greenfield projects, particularly in renewable energies, or we call it industrial decarbonization, as well as carbon and nature. And then the third part of our business is an investment management business where we pull third-party capital to invest in various transition projects. Currently, we've got a fund called Climate Asset Management as a JV with HSBC, and that's currently looking after $1 billion AUM to invest in carbon projects, regenerative agriculture, and other natural capital assets. Next slide, please. This is just to explain a little bit about how the 3 parts of our business is very much interrelated, and where we pull through a lot of the work that we do across the businesses, where we provide advisory, but also we provide project development. We do project development as well as investing in these projects as well. Next slide. So just to reiterate, and the importance of nature-based solutions and in carbon markets as well. So carbon markets have long been a tool, or a climate finance tool, to finance reforestation and conservation projects globally. So as we know, generally carbon credits are generated from doing emission reduction activities that are then verified and audited under very strict standards. And it can occur across 2 types of markets, whether it's voluntary markets, which has been around since the early 2000s, and its existence is really underpinned by corporates wanting to voluntarily achieve their net zero targets. And then we also have compliance markets, where it's highly regulated, and it's imposed on various industries and countries in order to meet their climate targets. Next slide. Next slide, sorry. So starting with a little bit with the voluntary carbon markets, which was touched previously, this includes essentially everything as mentioned in the previous presentation, from nature-based solutions such as reforestation and conservation, as well as industrial decarbonization and industrial decarbonization such as renewable energy credits, and more novel engineered removals such as direct air capture. And the most notable standards that are currently in the markets, as you might already be aware, are Gold Standard, Vera, and increasingly JCM from Japan, as well as Corsair within the airline industry. Next slide, please. So as we know, the voluntary carbon markets has experienced significant growth over the past few years, but that's not without criticism. So there's a lot of criticism underpinning this at the moment, particularly around the integrity of the voluntary carbon markets, which has really shaped the way that the market is currently growing, and over time, much more focus on nature-based solutions. Next slide. Just to touch briefly on the criticisms that stems around the integrity principle. So where the criticisms is stemming from is essentially both from the demand side, which is determining or ensuring that the buyers of these carbon credits are how they're purchasing and using these credits to avoid cases of greenwashing, as well as ensuring that they continue to still focus on decarbonizing and not just purchasing the credits to meet their climate objectives. On the supply side, the integrity is much more focused around how the credits are generated, and particularly demonstrating those things around additionality of the projects, making sure that they're real and measurable, verified, and ensure its permanence, avoids leakage, and essentially as well as bringing co-benefits beyond carbon, whether that's for Indigenous peoples and local communities, or as well as biodiversity and nature as well. So the market right now is really placing great emphasis on these integrity principles, and buyers are really looking only for these high integrity credits. Next slide. Now, despite the market dynamics that's currently evolving at the moment, the consensus is really the voluntary carbon markets will continue to grow and expected to reach 250 billion by 2030, as companies and countries are racing to meet the targets that they've committed to. What we're also seeing, however, as well, is the convergence between voluntary markets as well as compliance markets over time. Next slide. So just briefly touching on compliance carbon markets, as the name suggests, compliance markets really represent either domestic or international markets in which these carbon credits are purchased by an entity for compliance purposes. So for example, meeting legal or regulatory enforced emission targets as well. So some of the ones that we've seen that have evolved or much more mature is in the Australian market, which is Australian carbon credit units under the safeguard mechanism, as well as the emerging carbon tax in Singapore that is that's expected to come online within the year. I might just also touch briefly in the next slide, please, on the Australian carbon market. So ACCUs, or Australian Carbon Credit Units, is really an example how an example of a climate market mechanism that has really stimulated the growth of carbon markets in Australia, so similar to SRN PPI in Indonesia. So obviously the mechanism of the carbon crediting framework is that the project proponent may implement these project activities under acceptable methodologies and standards, and they have to undergo through a very strict MRV process, which is monitoring and reporting and verification process, and eventually issue the ACCUs, which are similar to SPE GRK in Indonesia. So government and credits on the bottom here, you can see that they can purchase them to achieve their climate goals, whether to meet compliance on voluntary targets or on the government side as well, for example, to contribute towards the ERF or the Emission Reduction Fund. So these markets are not without evolution. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the markets over time have been growing hand in hand with evolving policy landscape that is really it's really targeted to keep upholding the integrity. So recently there was the Chubb review, which is an independent review into the integrity of the Australia's carbon market, and some of these findings is to ensure that there's transparency transparency at the project level, data disclosure, pushing for a much better and much more transparent MRV to demonstrate that measurable carbon sequestration and avoiding the cases of overcrediting. And then much more interestingly as well, the consent requirements is getting more enforceable to ensure that the landholders provide that consent requirements as well as benefit from these projects. As well as the Chubb review, there's obviously the reformed safeguard mechanism which has involved review of over 200 of Australia's largest emitters. And what we are seeing is that the level to meet these climate targets are getting more and more strict, and then the price is also getting more and more expensive, and at the moment we are expecting to see the ACCUs reaching $75 to $80 over time as well. So currently within the compliance markets globally, the ACCUs are probably one of the highest priced, and that really captures the high expense or the high capex that is required to restore and conserve nature. Next slide. And touching briefly as well, back in compliance market, so Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is essentially a tool where we can see that countries can collaborate to meet the global climate targets. So Article 6 of Paris Agreement really allows for credits that are generated from projects from one country to be transferred to offset the emissions of an acquiring country. So there are various components of Article 6 agreement, includes 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. Currently 6.2 involves essentially the bilateral agreement between countries, and we're seeing more and more of these bilateral agreements being signed. And where we're seeing the countries can collaborate here is essentially this is another platform to allow climate finance to really flow towards projects that really badly need this financing that would otherwise might not receive that financing elsewhere. Next slide, please. This is just as well a quick visualization of the bilateral agreement of the Article 6.2 implementation. You can see that Singapore is currently leading signing these MOUs with a number of host countries and ensuring that there's convergence of standards over time as well. Next slide. So just to touch very briefly as well on where we see the opportunities in the evolving carbon markets is that we think on the one hand side, carbon projects and nature projects are sort of seen as a very nascent asset class. We think given we're getting so close to our climate to meet it, to the 2030 and 2050 deadlines of meeting our climate targets, there's really a need to scale up these solutions, and the way to do it is to make sure that these projects become much more aligned with the likes of infrastructure-like assets, which a lot of investors are more familiar with, and in our view, that can be done through two ways. So first, on the public-private partnerships, where it's really critical to facilitate these high-integrity carbon projects and credits to happen, and ultimately that would also encourage more innovative blended funding structures, and essentially de-risking these projects to make sure that more and more investors are getting involved into this asset class. On the other hand as well, there's definitely a lot more that can be done from a G2G perspective on operationalizing that Article 6 carbon credit transfer within one country to another, where each government, the host country, should really be able to decide whether a credit will have a corresponding adjustment status or not. However, obviously the absence of Article 6 framework doesn't really prevent the carbon projects from being developed to meet the demands of the market. Next slide. This is just to show as well why it is very challenging to develop carbon and nature projects at the moment. So there's a lot of uncertainties related to the greenfield side, or which is the very early conception side, where particularly that early works to develop the project, whether it's pre-feasibility, concept, or feasibility, there's quite a lot of swing factor which might take some time to get the project to a registration stage, and so a lot of patient capital is really needed here because of that uncertainty in timing. And additionally, as we scale up these projects, obviously at the stage 2, after the project is registered, additional capital is really required to scale up that project and maintain it until it reaches in issuance, or it becomes able to monetize when it reaches, when it is able to issue carbon credits. The work that we do at Pollination is we are investing across this spectrum. So our project development business really originates these projects and invests our balance sheet to do the early works to develop the projects until it reaches our project registration. And then our carbon fund, which is the climate asset management, then may invest in the projects from registration onwards, and then they will take the offtakes from the credits and eventually sell them on behalf of their investors as well. So again, it's a very nascent asset class, and we think that the way to scale this up right now is, and make the asset class more mature, is to get more institutional capital to be involved in this. In Indonesia, we're partnering with INA, or Indonesian Sovereign Wealth Fund, to identify nature-based solutions projects across Indonesia, as well as building that pipeline of high-quality projects in Indonesia. Next slide. Just to maybe summarize, we know that the nature-based solutions market is really poised towards a sustained growth because there's a strong demand for high quality and high integrity credits in the market to meet the demand. But the market, we know, is going through very growing pains at the moment, but we think there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel, because all the contractions that are happening in the market right now is really towards making the market more transparent and with much higher integrity. So we think there's definitely a lot of potential that both Indonesia and Australia can play within this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ratri, for very nice, interesting presentation. So I think I would like to open questions from the audience in this room first, and then we see if we have some questions from the audience online. Please, can you advise me if there's a question? Okay. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Can you maybe step forward? Or maybe someone can give her a microphone. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Dia Zalfa from, I'm actually from Geodetic Engineering Master Study. Actually, my topic of thesis is related about this topic, about carbon and biomass, then carbon stock. So I have two questions. The first question is, I'm very curious about is there any parameters that can affect the carbon price? Example, if some area has forest fire, then the carbon price will be more expensive or increase. If some area do not have forest fire, then to return carbon stock, if it is different carbon price of determined carbon price. Then the second question is about, we know that mangrove forest can sequester 3 until 5 times more about carbon stock. And is there any difference about determine the carbon price then between the tropical forests? That is for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first one is directed to Pak Lufal direct. it's regarding the carbon pricing. Maybe would you like to share your insight? Yes.
Oh, thank you for the question. So, related to the carbon pricing, there are two things that we have to consider, yeah, when it comes to carbon pricing, because it has a quite tricky when it comes to the carbon pricing. So, if we refer to the, for example, the EU market, carbon pricing is related to the ETS carbon pricing. And some other countries, they don't have the ETS, so they only rely on the offset. And some other folks also can refer carbon pricing as the offset pricing, you know. But in this case, I think let's go straight to the ETS, because I think internationally best practice when we were talking about the carbon pricing is actually relevant to the market-driven system, which is from the ETS, yeah. And then again, I mean, from the market perspective, there are only two factors actually involved in the market, which is the supply demand. Yeah, and the same with the other, I think, instrument. Over supply means price will be also, you know, decrease when it comes to, you know, lack of supply will also, you know, increase the price. Yeah. But relevant to Indonesian ETS, I think I have one slide saying approximately on the ETS subsector power plant, we have like carbon price in between 10,000 to 30,000 rupiah. Yeah, so it's we are $1 to $2 as of today. Yeah. I think that's from the perspective of the market, and I think the team, yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Lufaldi. And maybe, is there any insight from additional ones from Pak Brurce, or maybe from Bu Ratri?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, my answer is more, so the first question is if the price might change for projects that happen in areas prone to forest fire. I think in that circumstances, it mostly affect the emission baseline rather than the price itself for the project. Because when potential of forest fire is high, then the emission baseline, basically what the counterfactual scenario when there is no carbon project is that the ecosystem will release a lot of emissions. So if there's carbon project, it will reduce a lot more compared to areas that doesn't have forest fire. So I think it will contribute to the amount of carbon credits produced rather than the price that are very much market driven in some aspects. And then the second question is about specifically on mangrove in terms of pricing. So at the moment, when we're talking about pricing, it's all still very much driven by supply and demands of carbon units and market willingness to buy. There is no yet clear guideline from the UNFCCC on mangrove ecosystem carbon offset. So I think I would say that although the research on that is evolving, so basically what I would say is that as much as mangrove can potentially absorb 3 to 5 times more, it matters less to price and more towards the potential of sequestrations in comparison to the emission baseline scenarios. So which also contributes to the amount of carbon credits and not really the price. So I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Bu Ratri, maybe?
Maybe just to add as well, I think from a project development perspective, the price, it's very expensive to do really good carbon projects that also bring significant co-benefits, right? So, but that's again to demonstrate there's there's the supply and the demand of the market. So there isn't really sort of like an index that is dependable that captures the different types of carbon projects, right? So for example, our project in Pakistan, which is a mangrove reforestation called the Delta Blue Carbon, it's a 400,000 hectare mangrove reforestation, and currently in the market it's fetching about $30 to $35, so much higher than the other mangrove projects at the moment. We have a community-based agroforestry project as well in an ASEAN country that is fetching about $45 at the moment, because we're able to demonstrate, and we can definitely demonstrate those co-benefits beyond carbon as well. So it's really the prices that you see in the market reflects the how prominent these projects are compared to the other projects in the market.
Okay, I hope that answers your questions on carbon pricing, right? And you still have another question, which is related to ecosystem-based, I think, which is mangrove and also tropical forest. Who wants to answer that one? So I think it's about the more effective carbon sequestrations on mangrove, right, compared to the tropical forest. And I would add that how does it can be applied in Indonesia in terms of that ecosystem-based. Oh no, this one is from the Zoom, right? Yeah, the question was from you. So I think this is also related to this one, yeah? Maybe we can connect your question to this one. So this one is from the Zoom. So I think this is about mangrove ecosystem. You also mentioned about it. And how can we define the initial state of carbon before we know how much we can claim as a carbon credit? So the initial that can we have an initial mangrove ecosystem, and how can we claim that as a sequestration project? Yeah.
This is a great question. I think you can also answer it from project developer perspective, but I think from the research that has been going on, that is exactly the hardest part, is basically projecting a scenario. Basically, the term is emission baseline. We are creating an assumptions, modeling on what would happen to the ecosystem if there is no project there. Basically, if we see that a mangrove ecosystem has the potential of being deforested without projects, that would mean that the baseline, basically, it will sequester less and less carbon. So if there is projects there, then it will create much more benefit if the initial scenario is that it would be deforested without any intervention. So basically, any project should be able to demonstrate that their project create additionality by doing project in that mangrove ecosystem. So basically, carbon project is not just about the existing mangrove ecosystem, and then we calculate carbon stock and try to convert that to rupiah or USD. No, but it has to comply with different type of modeling and also market demands to that, of course.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to take up another question from the audience, maybe. If not, then I have a burning question, actually. So maybe to Bu Ratri, you mentioned about the upfront capital. I would like to know, because to have that upfront fund in the beginning, it will depend on so many factors, right? In terms of emerging economies like Indonesia with a specific political situation and stuff, how do we secure that? Is it going to be through the private participation, or is there any, I don't know, international climate fund that we can tap? Yeah.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned earlier, there needs to be a blend of I guess, patient capital from developers, but also perhaps also grant from government, right? So it's that blended approach to really support that very early stage. So what we see at the market at the moment, where that very early stage capital comes from, for example, technical assistance funding from development finance institution or from other sort of like sovereign governments as well, in the form of TA or grants. We, as Pollination, we provide development capital, but we are also, as a commercial investor, we're also expecting commercial returns as well that is adjusted to the risk that is undertaken from that development stage. Well, luckily on the Pollination side, because we invest across the capital stack from development to scale up and implementation, as well as basically procuring the offsets, we're able to be involved on the supply side, knowing that there's demand on the other side. So that de-risks the project even more.
So the risking scheme is very important in this case, and I think we need like a special assessment on that to convince people to invest in that upfront capital. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the audience or maybe from the Zoom? If not, then I have last question, and then that's it. So we're done for the day. Okay, my last question would be, ecosystem-based. I don't think there's a very wide-scale ecosystem-based at the moment, right, in Indonesia. And I'm wondering who will be the player on the domestic market if it's going to be applied. I mean, I saw some pilot in Australia, the blue carbon that benefits the landowner or the private property owners. And in this case of Indonesia, if we have some ecosystem based, who's going to be particularly become the main player in that? If you have any.
Yeah, I can take the first answer. I think I have a nuanced answer to that. I think Indonesia actually has at least a lot of potential and interest when it comes to ecosystem-based carbon market projects. Basically from our research, so we already know that there are several distinct forest carbon projects, for example, in Kalimantan, in Sumatra, that are pretty big. I mean, everyone, I think it's pretty public. But in addition to that, we also have a lot of basically forest concessions, for example, that sometimes belong to a specific village, or even perhutanan sosial, social forestry, and also corporate-owned forest plantation that, they are looking at ways on how to turn their natural capital assets into carbon projects. So basically, in that scenario, I would say who would be very much a key player in that is, for the first one is the concession or the landowner, really. And the second is the government with the regulation, basically how to legalize all this, basically especially when it comes to selling the offset internationally. And of course the buyers itself, which could be domestically or internationally.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions from the audience, then I would like to close the session, and please make a really big applause for our three distinguished speakers, Mr. Lufaldi, Mr. Brurcho, and also Ms. Ratri. And you've all shared your contacts earlier on the screen, so I guess feel free to contact you. Okay, anyway, thank you so much. Thank you for today. I would like to give the opportunity back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm of applause for this amazing panel session. So we would like to kindly invite ladies and gentlemen to be in the center of the stage as joining us for the photo session. And would like to invite the documentation team to capture this historical moment. We believe that you have got valuable knowledge from those panelists, in which those knowledge were very, very amazing, and we got a lot of insight. And would like to count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right, so why don't we have just like a bit casual movement? Yes, because we looked at, okay, you can show your thumbs up probably to the camera once again. Okay, the documentation team will take a picture. 1, okay, 2, and 3. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a warm applause for this amazing panelist. And would like to say thank you to Dr. Anindria and also to all of the panelists for insightful discussion on carbon trading. And also, once again, thank you to all of the participants for joining us in this amazing session. Especially, we will work together to create effective carbon markets and drive sustainable practices. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed to the next segment of our program. As we approach the conclusion of Australia Update 2024, it has been an enriching experience filled with insightful discussions and collaborative spirit. As a wrap-up and closing remarks, we are honored to welcome Dr. Donald Grunlees, a senior advisor at Asia Link, to deliver a closing remarks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the organisers at the Indonesian Embassy for putting on such a comprehensive and interesting series of panels today. I hope you all found them rewarding as I did. I know it's getting late in the day and our numbers are dwindling as people make their way to the railway station, etc., and the airport. So I won't hold you up any longer. I was going to offer a brief appraisal of some of the ground that we covered today, but I think it might be more appropriate at this point just to offer a round of thank yous and allow you all to get home after a long day. And as for those thank yous, I should say that I'm filling in today for AsiaLink CEO Martine Letts, who was unfortunately detained in Australia on a family matter. She was very keen to attend and she sends her regrets. I then want to start by thanking His Excellency Ambassador Siswo Pramono, who we've just lost a moment ago, but I did get a chance to have a quiet chat, and he's got pressing engagements in Jakarta. This is the 6th update, as I understand it, and I think the event has gone from strength to strength, and it's covered quite an impressive array of topics that are vital for the growth and sustainability of a healthy bilateral relationship with Australia. And I think it's done particularly well under the stewardship of Ambassador Pramono. I doubt, really, I've known quite a few Indonesian ambassadors to Australia, and perhaps it's good that he's not here so I don't embarrass him, but I've got to say that Ambassador Siswo has been one of the most energetic, most active and most successful Indonesian ambassadors that we've actually sent to Australia. And I think when the day comes that he departs back to Indonesia, will be a very sad day for those of us who deal regularly with the Indonesian embassy. These events, of course, are always team events, and Pak Gunaman has done a fantastic job on behalf of the embassy, efficiently coordinating the program and putting up with very many last-minute changes and adjustments, but it all came together exceptionally well, so my compliments to you, sir. I'd also like to say thanks to Grace Corcoran, the diplomacy program coordinator at Asia Link. She worked alongside with you, Pak, and she managed our program very ably. I also must acknowledge our hosts, the Bandung Institute of Technology. They've done a great job in putting this together. It's been a fine event. It's worked seamlessly, including the technical team here has done a great job. We haven't had technical glitches, which is often something that we suffer in these kinds of events. So thank you very much for the work you've done over there. And our MC as well has been very energetic and very good. So thank you, keeping us all on time. So, for Asia Link's part, we have to thank the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's Australia-Indonesia Institute, whose funding grant to Asia Link enabled us to participate. We do hope that this is the start of an ongoing collaboration with the Embassy around the update. I mean, we of course collaborate on many initiatives, but it would be great for us to collaborate on the update, and I hope that is something that we can explore down the track. This topic, the topic we addressed today, was actually particularly fortuitous for Asia Link. We've worked on the challenges of renewable energy transition across the region, hosting events such as the Australia-Vietnam Green Energy Program earlier this year. And our partner Asia Link Business produces Doing Business in Asia guides, which puts a great deal of emphasis on the importance of the renewable energy transition and the business opportunities that are presented for Australia and our partners in the region in delivering that. So, look, I was going to turn at this point to the substance of the discussions, but as I say, I think we've got an audience that's probably anxious to get home. You know what happened. I think you all took away some very rich experiences, rich knowledge from the discussions that took place. And so finally, I really want to say thank you to the audience here in Bandung. Thank you to the online audience in Australia for actively participating and sending in questions. And of course, thank you to all our very able speakers. So we can now, I think, declare this event closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greenlees, for the amazing closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of Australia Update 2024 under the theme of energy transition, the Indonesian and Australian perspective, we want to take a moment to reflect on the enriching discussions we have had today. This forum has successfully highlighted the potential for collaboration between Indonesia and Australia in the realm of energy transition, particularly in the areas of electric vehicles, carbon capture and storage, and also carbon trading. We have seen how both nations can work together to address pressing environmental challenges while fostering economic growth and sustainability. Would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Ambassador of Indonesia to Australia and Vanuatu, and also the Ambassador of Australia to Indonesia for their invaluable support. And of course, a special thank to the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, Asia Link, Bandung Institute of Technology, and also Australia-Indonesia Institute for hosting this significant event. We also would like to which also marks the 75 years of Indonesia-Australia diplomatic relations. We extend our appreciation to our keynote speakers, panelists for sharing their expertise, as well as to participants from academia, government, and also business communities for their active engagement. And of course, to all of the committee for making this event a success. So ladies and gentlemen, to conclude today's discussion, let us reflect The insightful words by Rector of Bandung Institute of Technology said this morning, to become a great country, we must collaborate and work hard for education and collaboration. So ladies and gentlemen, together we can unlock the opportunities and pave the way for sustainable future. To end the session, we would like to deliver a very special words, what's called pantun. So this is a very beautiful words, say that I pick flowers from nearby, while I saw the water flows from the vibe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a goodbye, but a see you later on the next Australia Update 2025. So I'm Yan Hamida, thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, good afternoon.